We are live. Look at that. Okay. So we're going to be doing some pretty chill stuff today. I've kind of already started, maybe about 20 minutes or so ago. We are going to be doing some archaeology in an attempt to complete an achievement for a piece of furniture. Which is equal parts surprising and equal parts kind of annoying that they would put an achievement tied to archaeology as like a furniture reward. Primarily because they've abandoned this profession in, I want to say, Legion. They didn't have any archaeology stuff to do in BFA. They didn't have any to do in Shadowlands. Definitely none to do in Dragonflight, which is, oddly enough, like the one expansion that I would have expected them to do it in, if they were to bring it back. There's also obviously none to do inside of the War Within. So it's definitely one of those things where it's like they've abandoned the profession, but then they're tying some new modern rewards to it, which is one way to see if the, like, incentive for people to do it are there. I knew it was here. Hell yeah. Alright, so we're done with that. Did that not count? Oh wait, no, I got the Outcast Dreamcatcher. Okay, so that did count. And then I have the Talon Priest Mask, which I do need. Let's hope that it's not pristine. Nice, nice. So we finished that out. We just need 4 more. Cool. Now this one is a little bugged, this achievement, because if you get the pristine version and not the exact named version that is listed in the achievement, then you actually don't get credit, which is equal parts frustrating and kind of like, why would you do it this way? We're also going to be collecting any lumber on the way through, or a push towards... Oh man, I missed it. For a push towards the Lumberjack achievement. They finally updated Warlords of Draenor to include actual lumber nodes, although I'm not seeing as many in Draenor as I have in other expansions, or zones for that matter. There's usually, at the very least, like a singular area in each expansion where, like, there's just a bunch of nodes that you can collect from. Like in Shadowlands, there's a section in Ardenweald where you can do like a little loop or a circuit loop, and you'll be able to get basically all of your lumber very quickly, and it doesn't take super long to do. I think the worst expansion to do lumbering for, though, is probably... trying to think. Probably BC, to be honest. BC is probably one of my least favorites to actually farm lumber for. And you do have that little section in the old Terracar Forest, and then you also have a little bit of, like, Nagrand, like that same section, that kind of overlap, and it's not too terrible to get lumber in that section, but I think the problem that I have with it is mostly just, like, the general vibes. It just doesn't look as pleasing to be in TBC as, like, any other area. It's very dismal, it's very apocalyptic, it's very, like... Let me actually go ahead and put this survey, not fishing. We'll put survey right there. It's very apocalyptic and it's very depressing. Which is fair, because that's kind of what the whole vibe of, you know, like, Outland is. Like, old world, old school Draenor is meant to be kind of not exciting, but, like, not very, not very optimistic. It's not meant to be super hopeful, because you're kind of going in there and you're seeing how, like, Gul'dan and all the other evil intentions, such as the demons and Gul'dan and whatnot, just kind of wrecked that planet. I do think the lore surrounding how it became shattered and whatnot is really cool. Like, Ner'zhul was super sick in that he was trying to open portals up to other worlds so that the other orcs could conquer once Gul'dan was gone. and that just kind of tore the planet apart, which I think is really interesting. I think it's even cooler to know that, like, Kil'jaeden didn't necessarily kill him immediately. He turned him into the Helm of Domination. We're not gonna go with the jailer lore, where that jailer turned turned all of the lore on its head, and they were like, hey, yeah, the jailer actually did all this. I think Shadowlands, speaking of the jailer, could have actually been a really good expansion if they didn't Deus Ex Machina literally everything tied to one dude. I think if they gave us some little wins, like some few small victories where we were able to outsmart or outpace the jailer, I think that would have been a little bit more of the narrative win than what we were given. Actually, I think it might be right here. I was wrong. No, it's over here. The main problem that I had with Shadowlands, at least like from a lore perspective, wasn't so much that they kind of spat in the face of everything that had already been previously like set up and determined, because you can retcon things and do it in a really well done manner, that way it's not like super bad and it's not super unsatisfying. But I think the problem with the jailer was specifically how you never as a player got to experience a narrative moment where you were not even ahead of the jail. Oh wow, that was sick. It was right there. But like, as a player, you never got to experience a narrative moment within the Shadowlands expansion wherein you didn't, not feel, but like you weren't told explicitly that you were actually behind. You were effectively always told, hey, I've been one step ahead of you this entire time and you won't win. Like every single time, every single moment in the game, during Shadowlands, especially like from narrative exposition points of view, was basically moments of constant, the jailer's going to do this. If we can do this other thing, we can beat him to the punch. And then you get there and then he's already there. And then he says some bullshit like, actually, I foresaw this and that's why I'm here right now. And it's like, dude, shut up. And I think if they had not just went whole hog on just providing those moments to the players, I think that Shadowlands could have been less of a narrative failure and more of a successful expansion, at least story-wise. I don't think there was any world in which they did the gameplay that they did and they implemented the systems that they did and it wasn't a failure in that regard, because the way that they actually implemented the gameplay loop and the incentives to play the game through like the covens and like the conduits and whatnot, like the way that they implemented all of that, I think that the expansion was kind of doomed from the start, especially whenever they were given player feedback and they didn't listen to any of that. I think from the very beginning, from that moment, the expansion was probably not going to be as good as it could have been in terms of gameplay, primarily because of that fact. But with that in mind, I do think that if they had given us more narrative incentives or like more narrative wins in a way, and they also made it to where the expansion was more player friendly and it wasn't just basically player retention for the sake of player retention, I think it could have been a really good expansion. One of the wins for Shadowlands that I will give it is the transmog. The transmogs for Shadowlands were so sick. They were so cool. And it's one of those things where, like, whenever I look back at some of the expansions, like, Shadowlands transformed the transmog game. Like, you got more 3D assets on parts of your armor, such as hands and boots. You got better looking belts, you got better looking tabards, because tabards, up to that point, were kind of not great. And the reason why they weren't super great is because they had like a missing chunk in the middle where your belt was supposed to go. And so like, let me see if I'll try and find one. Not right now. I don't want to scroll through a menu this entire time while I kind of go on a rant. But like, if you look at the like different tabards, especially older ones, you'll notice that wherever your belt is supposed to be, it's just a blank, it's not even there. It's like invisible. And that's where your belt is supposed to be on all of the other models. And I think on, like, there was a couple of tabards that weren't that way, but I do know that for sure in Shadowlands, a large majority of the tabards, if not all of them, actually had those textures filled out. And so you could feasibly rock a tabard without a belt, and so that felt really good. And then beyond that, of course, you had all the really cool armor from, like, Revendreth and Maldraxxus and whatnot. I was having a really hard time climbing those rocks. Let me double check my messages really quick. But Shadowlands really did just absolutely change the game on transmog. Okay. Currently today what we're doing is just rolling through Draenor. I want to try and finish out this Secrets of Skedis achievement, because it has one more furniture item tied to it. And that one more furniture item tied to it is like the Skedis charm or some shit like that. And I really want to get that worked out. It's the last one that I need from that zone. And I'm mostly just doing this for the housing XP, not necessarily for the completion or anything. Because I am... Let me see how far I am along. Alright, I'm a little bit less than halfway through level 6 into level 7. And level 7 would net me quite a bit more room budget and housing budget for me to use, which I kind of really want to make use of. There's a few rooms that I want to use on the layout that I just haven't been able to because I don't have enough room budget. Let me see if there's any more dig sites in Skedis. It doesn't look like there is. I'm sure by completing this one I will be able to respawn some over in that way. I'll also probably end up doing a couple of dungeons, like older ones, so that I can snag some furniture items as well. Because there is a table from Skyreach, and there's also, I think, a sconce or something else from the Iron Docks dungeon. And so I'll definitely want to swing through there and do those. Let me see if I am not too late to grab... Oh, I am. Oh well. I was a bit slow. I was too busy grabbing artifacts and treasures. I do think that exploring a version of Draenor before it became Outland is really interesting and very compelling from a narrative and exposition standpoint. I think the problem that Warlords of Draenor ran into was honestly just a content problem, less so of like a story problem. Because I do think that, like, again, thematically and narratively, going back in time to an alternate version of reality is, I think, fine, and I don't think it's necessarily impossible to do. And I also don't think that it's necessarily intrinsically difficult to make good, right? To do in a well thought out way, in a well developed way. I think the main problem with WoD was it was controversial in the sense that, like, you didn't really have very much content to complete. They had, I think at this point it's not so much of an open secret as it is just standard knowledge that you did lose a raid tier in Warlords of Draenor. Like, they were supposed to have another raid tier and they just didn't do it for whatever reason. Whether or not that was because they were putting development into Legion at the time and they didn't have like actual manpower or the money or the budgetary expenses to like push more content and more development towards WoD. I don't know the inner workings of that, but I do know that I think if they were to put forth another raid tier into WoD, it would have been a little bit better, more well received than it was. Especially considering that, like, at least all of the criticisms that I've heard about WoD, and as somebody who played during WoD, a lot of the criticisms was primarily the content was really good, it just wasn't enough of it. And then beyond that, it was also just some systems weren't super well thought out, I suppose. It is unfortunate that I can't really speak too heavily on like what systems were not necessarily well thought out, because while I played quite heavily in WoD, it was my first expansion, and I didn't really get super far into endgame. I did Heroic, Hellfire Citadel, but I didn't do any of the prior raids when they were like actual current content, and then I also didn't do them on Heroic. And so it was one of those things where I didn't really grasp what made a raid tier good or bad at that time. I just know that a lot of my friends and a lot of the people who I remember like watching in terms of content wise were speaking on the quality of the encounters inside of WoD, and they were all saying that they were pretty good. Like there wasn't really any complaints, at least too much, about like the raid designs and the dungeon designs and whatnot. I will say the iron I can't remember the name of it, which I need to look it up now. The train dungeon, Grimrail Depot. I did not like Grimrail Depot. I don't think very many people did, primarily just because of how like claustrophobic it was and how much bullshit was there. There it is. My demon was standing on it. Let's see if there's another dig site in here, and there's not. This is whack. Alright, is there one more in this zone? There is. At least one more. So we'll go grab that. And then we'll go gather some artifacts and whatnot. But like most of the people that I had spoken to and watched, and you know, the content that I consumed at the time, which was a lot since it was my first foray into the game, a lot of the sentiment towards the content was that it was really good. There wasn't really much to complain about beyond what most people normally complain about in terms of content. The biggest problem was primarily just like the pacing, the huge content draw at the end of the expansion. And I don't think that they really fixed the content draw until probably well into Dragonflight, whenever they adopted their current, more modern development cycle, I suppose. Wherein they're actually putting out different aspects of the game in like smaller patch cycles, and they're speeding up their development time, which is really good. I got to that one just a little bit late. And it's one of those things too that's like really weird, because whenever I'm asked by like either friends or coworkers or something any games that I like to play, I tell them that I like to play World of Warcraft. I tell them that it's one of my favorite games to play, but I can't recommend that anybody play it. It's very hard to recommend other people play it. And even despite the fact that the game is very clearly in the best spot that it's ever been in, like, as a player, it's still really hard to recommend it to anybody because of the fact that it's kind of an expensive game to get into. It's one of those things where the game is in a really, really good spot, but you need to, at minimum, spend like $15 up front for the cost of the subscription. Let's go grab this rare too. So you need to spend the subscription cost, you need to spend the amount for a new expansion, and that's at minimum like $70. So you're looking at an $85 entrance fee, which for a lot of people is really steep, and it's really hard to get into it. And so like if you don't play, and there is like the free trial that you can do, and since they do like the level scaling, you can experience all of the expansions basically at level 20, which is pretty good. But the main problem is that like if you don't play beyond level 20, you don't really get to see what the game is like. Hello? My mouse stopped working for a moment. But like if you don't play beyond level 20, you won't really be able to experience the game and how it plays. You'll be able to experience it narratively, and like in the story you'll be able to experience the quests and all the way up until, I want to say, the current expansion. Because if you, I think, since you can now buy Midnight, I think the War Within is considered free. So I don't think you need to buy that anymore. But the main problem is simply that like you don't really get a feel for what the game is going to be like at level 20. You'll be able to do some dungeons, you'll be able to do all the quests, and you'll be able to experience most of the game. But you won't really be able to see how it feels or if you like what it's like to play later on. And effectively being told, hey, you need to put down $85 to get into the game that you may or may not really enjoy once you get past the initial parts. It's really hard to recommend that to people, especially if they don't already play video games. Especially if they don't play like computer games, if they play just like console and stuff. It's especially hard to recommend it then. But it is definitely one of my favorite games. It's one of my favorite genres. MMORPGs have always been something that like I've really liked to play and like I've yearned to play for a pretty extended period of my life. There's always been some highs and lows in regards to like certain aspects of the game that you may spend countless hours playing and just like existing in, but I think that's for everything. I think the worst game, not the worst, but like just the worst time that I've ever had playing video games was probably League of Legends. Like it was a really fun time in the very beginning, but other than that, it just wasn't super great. Go over here. I don't think it's back on the same spot, is it? Oh no! I got DC'd. This is trash. This is awful. This is the worst day ever. Hopefully you guys had a pretty good Valentine's Day. We got some tacos, some Spanish rice, some charro beans. Those things were fuck. I wanted like Mexican food and tacos and shit all week. And we both decided that we wanted it on Valentine's Day, so we went ahead and did that. It's so good. It was so good. Alright, let's see. I wonder what caused... Well, I say I wonder what caused the crash. So many things have been busted since they tried to do their add-on purge. I had to actually install Bugsack for the very first time in my entire life playing this video game. Because they were just breaking everything. And I thought I was gonna get lucky. Okay. It's good to know that both of these sides can be an artifact. No shot. Hell yeah, look at that. Streamer luck confirmed. Oh my god. Streamer luck confirmed. What the hell? Hell yeah, look at that. We love to see it. Are there any more dig sites over here? No? I for some reason recall dig sites just respawning way sooner. But I guess not. I thought they spawned way sooner, like amongst themselves. But I suppose not. Oy vey. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is a bonus objective. I was confused at first. I was like, why is there like a quest up here? Because I'm pretty sure that I've already done all of these. All of the quests in this expansion. I could be wrong. I think I've done most of them. I would have to install my by the way quests add-on, or rather I'd have to activate it on this character, and I just really have no desire to. Although perhaps I should. For Lore Master, I've been running through on my Death Knight, although it doesn't necessarily make the greatest amount of sense if I wanted to be super efficient, because I've finished some like sections of the expansions more on, at least across 3 different characters. One including my Death Knight, one including my other Warlock, and then this guy. This is my OG Warlock. So they've been... I've played a large majority of my time in BFA on my other Warlock when I server transferred him, this guy, over to Dragon Maw in the hopes of doing Mythic rating. Got like maybe 4 out of 8 or something in Uldir, and then that guild fell apart. And then I had some other friends later on in the middle of the expansion to do more content with, and then they were Alliance, so I went ahead and swapped over to Alliance, but I made another, like a human character. And once I had made that human character, after that guild ended up falling apart and they just stopped raiding altogether, I went ahead and I server transferred and race changed that human character into a night elf, or not a night elf, but a Nightborn. And that's what I played most of BFA with, and then I played the very beginning of Shadowlands on him. And then after that, towards the end of Shadowlands, I also played a bunch on my Demon Hunter. So I guess across 4 different characters. My other Warlock, this Warlock, my Demon Hunter, and my Death Knight. My Death Knight was my main all throughout Dragonflight. So he was my main for that entire expansion. Hardy's Soup Bone. So he was my main throughout all of Dragonflight. And then I was able to swap back over to my Warlock for the War Within. For my OG Warlock, I figured I would be doing him since it made a little bit more sense to me to kind of return home. And then for Midnight, I'm absolutely going to be maining this guy, my OG Blood Elf Warlock, because I'm going home, man. I'm going back to Silvermoon. I'm going back to Quel'Thalas. I'm actually so excited. I'm so excited about going back to Silvermoon and shit. It's gonna be so cool. Alright, so I guess since the archaeology areas are not coming back, we're gonna go ahead and roll through Skyreach really quick. I think I need to do it on normal because they are making Skyreach a part of the seasonal dungeon set in Midnight, which I'm kind of on the fence about. Mostly because Skyreach kind of sucks. It is most definitely not my favorite dungeon. Alright, cool. Oh, and there's also, how to get a sip of coffee. There's also going to be a, run through Pits of Sauron. Because I believe the Pits of Sauron are going to have... I think there's a furniture item in the pits. I think it's like the Eye of Sauron or some shit like that. These are new, aren't they? Maybe they're not new. Their models look new, which is interesting. I think they're the updated models, perhaps. Okay. We have to go through all of here and kill High Sage Virix for the... There's a table that you can get. And it's that table that I want. I also didn't realize until earlier that they had removed the Vile Taint spell, which I don't really know how to feel about because Vile Taint was really good. I guess it's kind of offset by the fact that whenever you cast your agony, it gets applied to a random nearby unit, which isn't too awful. I think I would just prefer to push the one button compared to, you know, having to repeat the button several times. Oh, well. There we go. I got trapped inside of the... Let's see... Can I do this? Maybe not. They've changed how these work. I'm probably dead here, actually. Whew. Not quite. 2%. Wow, that's crazy. Let me turn that shit off. Yeah, they've redesigned this dungeon for Midnight for sure. They've updated on the squalls, they've updated how this works. Because this never used to be the tornado system, it used to be different. It used to be a matter of... like, the birds would just run at you, or I guess fly at you, and then they would peck you and they would hurt you. So they've definitely updated the dungeon. Which I'm not too upset with, not too mad. My least favorite implementation of Mythic Plus in older dungeons is when they don't do a redesign. Oh, they got rid of... Okay, they changed the trash. They changed the trash entirely. Yeah, this is completely different. Yeah, this is completely different. It used to be like a big construct with multiple parts that you had to kill at the same time. And now it's gone. In favor of just a bunch of other things. I don't hate it. Alright, now we got this. Skyreach circular table. This is actually pretty sick. My only problem with it is that it's like a really hard gold to match. It's more of an orange gold. But that is free house XP. We will get ready for level 7 soon, TM. Let's see. Checking my messages. Alright. There's still one more dungeon that I need to do in WoD so that I can actually get through with all of the furniture from the dungeons. I don't think there's any in Raid. I don't think that there are any raids in WoD that have furniture yet. But we should definitely look really quick while we're here. Definitely not on those. I wonder if you can find... Let me actually see really quick. I want to see... Because in BFA, there was Crucible of Storms. And it's bonus loot. Okay, that's what it counts itself as in bonus loot. Okay. So now I'll just have to go back to WoD and check Heimal. I don't think there's any bonus loot here. And if there is, it is... yeah, it's not there. So I don't think that there's any furniture to... Oh! there's this thing, which is a pet, which I do want. I do want that pet, but I haven't been lucky enough to grab it. Anyway, so there's no raids inside of WoD that actually have their furniture just yet. They're probably going to add some at some point eventually, TM. Now I'm trying to remember where the entrance to Iron Docks dungeon is. There it is. It's been a few years since I've played this expansion. It's been 10 years, fuck. I was just thinking. Because some of my old expansions, or rather some of my old achievements from this expansion are from 2015. I think I have like a singular 2014 achievement somewhere. So I've been playing for about 12 years. Which is just crazy. It is crazy to me that I've been playing for that long. There was a matter of, or not even a matter, there was a short period of time where I took a break. I took a break in BFA, and then took a break in Shadowlands, and then another small break in Dragonflight. Dragonflight was probably the shortest break I took compared to either BFA or Shadowlands. In BFA, I took a break from the very end of the old Deer tier, and then I basically skipped all of Battle for Dazara lore. So, probably like 6 months. And then I came back for Eternal Palace. Oh, I skipped I skipped Battle for Dazara lore and the Crucible of Storms, and then I came back for Eternal Palace. And then from Eternal Palace I did Nyalotha, and I was raiding with another guild that was raiding into Shadowlands. And so I raided like in the very beginning of Shadowlands with everybody that I was raiding with at the end of BFA. And I raided probably to the middle of the Castle Nathria tier. Like the night before my raid team, my guild got AOTC, I ended up asking to be sat because a lot of the game was just really, really pissing me off. Like a lot of the small things were basically piling up into like a giant veritable mountain of just bullshit and things that were really upsetting. One of the things specifically was like the world quest that they had changed. They changed their world quest philosophy in Shadowlands to be different from BFA and Legion, wherein in either one of those expansions it wasn't uncommon to see like a bunch of world quests wherein they were like, go kill this rare, right, or go kill this one thing, and it was always a matter of like, how many of those quests are there and how can we complete our emissary as quickly as possible using just those. But in Shadowlands, they changed their world quest philosophy to where the world quests would quote unquote not be necessarily more difficult, but they would take longer to do. They would be like more compelling to do under the pretense of some other bullshit. But like the issue with that like mentality was purely that like none of them were fun to do. Man, they got a bunch of bulwarks of Azeroth. Or Azeroth, maybe. And so, like, none of the quests were actually compelling to do. None of them were really interesting. They weren't difficult. They were just annoying. Especially, like, some of the designed ones where it's like... I remember very vividly when I started to get overly frustrated with the way that Shadowlands felt to play, and that was specifically a Revendreth world quest, and it might even be up right now, so let me look. It was a Revendreth world quest, and it was specifically... Okay, so it's not active right now, but there's a mirror quest that you have to do in this section of the map, in the main area of Castle Nathria, and you have to get on top of a mirror, like a turret, and you're supposed to reflect the sunlight at the other, like, the enemy opposing faction of the Revendreth denizens. But the problem is that you weren't just pointing the mirror at the thing, you were actually having to go through and hit your 1, 2, 3, and 4 buttons as keybinds to move your mirror around into the direction that you wanted it to go, and it was very tedious, it was very annoying to do, and it wasn't like incredibly fun to actually fuck with. And so the biggest problem was that like it felt very specifically like this quest is designed not to be fun at all, but to make it to where you are spending as much possible time as into the game logged in, regardless of if you're having fun or not. And it felt really bad, and there wasn't really any way to get beyond that. And at some point I was just like, man, I need you to sit me. I do not want to do this raid anymore. I do not want to play this expansion anymore. And then the very following night, they all got AOTC, so it was like, man, a little bit of a poorly timed excursion, but... And then from there, I did not come back into the game until the very last patch. Like the one where they were doing like the friendship thing where like you were doing... They first introduced the Fated raids, they were doing all of that. And so I didn't come in until the very, very end of that expansion of Shadowlands. So like from the very first patch to the end of the end of the last patch, basically. Taking a sip, taking a drink. Munching on some animal crackers. All right. There's a boss here, isn't there? Yeah. I was worried that I would have to go back and kill like a certain amount of trash before these would spawn. I was gonna be so annoyed. Oh, okay. That's cool. After this, I'm definitely gonna have to go through and empty my bags. Alright, let's see. The one that I'm going for in this dungeon is this. The Orgrimmar Sconce, which is interesting that it's coming from an Iron Horde area, which I guess it's not necessarily like overly interesting, but specifically the Orgrimmar Sconce you would think would come from like Razorwind Shores or something. I need to double check a achievement in Kazalgar on Siren Isle. Legacy of the Vrykul. I'm trying to do the meta for the War Within, and I'm running into not so much an issue as it is just like it's a timing problem. I don't know why I'm running when I can just mount up. It's a timing issue in that like I need to do I think 4 or 5 of those Siren Isle weeklies, but the weeklies specifically are not any of the ones that I've needed. All of the weeklies that I've seen have been like the fucking all of the ones that I've already completed at some point or another. There we go. Almost done. There we go, Orgrimmar Sconce. I can go ahead and toss that because I've already got it. I think we might be done with WoD for a little bit. So let's go ahead and hearth out. But first, they really need to update OP again. I never realized how lost I am without that add-on until I don't have it anymore. Let me see. Yeah, let's get rid of all these. These need to go. Oh. When did I get this? When did I get this? What the hell? I'm trying to find out where I got this. That's so fucking weird. When did I get this? Now I have to look it up. Is it like from a reputation or like an achievement? Modeled Meadow Stomper. It drops from Lukok in the Grand. Oh, okay. I got it off of that rare that I killed in the Grand before we were done with the archaeology over there. Okay. Crazy. I did not know that. I didn't even realize that that thing dropped a mount. I was just going through killing the rares. That's crazy. So now I got 460 mounts. Sick. We're gonna go ahead and craft these artifacts really fast just to get them out of my inventory, or at least consolidated into one piece. Horde, Iron Horde shit is going into the trash. I guess I'll hold on to the war scraps. Okay, we can head out. I'm thinking now I want to do... There's more vendors that I want to grab. Let me look. I have to see what vendors there are even in access at the moment. There's a website that you can check out that's really good. Let's do all expansions. Vendors. Oh, I know what I was gonna do. Hang on. How many community coupons? I have 0? Shit. Oh, I have 30. Hang on. I think I can get a couple of things. Let's see. That's not what I wanted. Let's go here. So the really cool thing about the endeavors, like the neighborhood endeavors, is that you can actually go to other neighborhoods and purchase from their vendors, even if you didn't choose that particular vendor for your neighborhood, which is really cool. I think I have all of these. Okay, not this thing. I have that. I'm 5 short. No. This is tragic, actually. I think I get this. There we go. Alright. I do need more. coupons, but I don't actually know if I can get like a really good amount. I also don't even know if I've finished out the XP that I can get, because they did cap how much XP you can get from doing the endeavors. I guess that way you weren't just like smashing through all of them and then just leveling your house up super fast. Snacking on my animal crackers. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and head home. And then I'll see if I can visit other neighborhoods to see what they have. Although maybe I shouldn't, because I know that if I find a neighborhood that has something that I really want to buy and I don't have the coupons for it, I will be only vaguely irritable. Okay. So let's see. I think I'll end up going to Kunlai Summit. I don't have PvP gear, but I'm thinking I could possibly just wing it, maybe? Let me actually see if there's any groups for it. Pre-made groups, custom, find a group. Alright, so there's nothing in Kunlai Summit that I can see. Dark Fuse Rep Scrap Farm. I just need to do 5 quests in Kunlai and then I'll get 50. I can see if I have maxed out on my housing XP at the very least, which I think is a pretty good thing to look at. I'm at 6527, which means that if I do a quest, I should be at 6577. Let's see. I think this is in the cave. Yeah. Alright, there's the lucky gold coin. Man, these animal crackers are good. There's the rabbit's foot. I need to see if I can actually make my focus target larger using Platinator at some point. Alright, cool. We're done here. Alright. Am I too late for the lumber? Might be. Nice. I didn't realize I had 350 bamboo lumber. That's actually kind of nuts. Alright, I need to do 4 more quests. Oh no, escort the cart. Oh no. It crashes you. Well, I guess we're gonna try and rush into this then. Okay, there it goes. It worked that time. Why are we getting attacked by so many hosen, dude? This is not conducive to eating animal crackers, man. Who is yelling fatality on me? Uh-oh. Rampaging Yeti. You guys need to see the bullshit that's happening in my fucking chat right now. Hang on. It's just shitloads of bugs. Insanity. It's really weird. I don't understand. It's just non-stop bugs. It looks like that was 2, so now I just need 3 more. Well, that's rude. Will you now? I am getting so many errors, I need to reload. What is happening? I can just fly over there, right? I braved the path. Hell yeah. Let me look really quick. How many quests is that? Alright, this will be 4. Well, while you are completely entranced. Oh, okay, that's kind of neat. All done. Did I miss anything? I've never done all of the quests in Pandaria, which is rather interesting. Alright, so I've completed the quests, so that means that I should have... What was the number? 6577? That tracks, yeah, that tracks. Okay, so I'm not quite done then. Alright, what am I supposed to do here? Oh, wait. Crazy. What a glow up. Where's this thing taking me? I actually kind of want to abandon this quest, but we will not, because I'm never going to remember where the hell it was picked up at. Like, what is the problem here? Blizzard, cooldown viewer, item data. A secret number value tainted by bug grabber. So now if I alt-click, it should wipe it, right? All stored bugs have been painfully exterminated. That's funny. Something about the cooldown manager is what's like really screwing it over. And I have no clue why. Which I can believe. So let's go up on the hill somewhere to see if maybe I can kind of sort that out. Oh. It's not even showing up. Alright. I know how to fix this. We will just turn it off. And now we right click, shift right click, or shift click to reload the user interface. We're gonna reset it, and then maybe that'll work. Although this does, hang on. That did not fix the quest problem that I was running into. That's an oof. now I need to get... Oh, that's inside of the cave. Making sure that my pet is active. There's been many moments where I thought that my pet was attacking things and it was not. I think once we get another 50 house XP, we'll probably work on something else. It's a little bit too early to like look for pugs, and I also just admittedly do not want to try and deal with pugs this early in the morning. Alright, where's the other rubber at? There it is. I thought about doing maybe a little bit of Project Gorgon, but I haven't really had any desire to stream that right now. I do like that game. I do want to play more of it. Oops. I kind of want to play more Affliction in Midnight, but I don't actually know if I want to do Affliction or if I want to do Demonology. I might just end up playing whatever spec is better for each individual, not boss, but just like tier. That's kind of what I did for Undermine. For Undermine, I did the first half, I want to say, as Destro, and then the other half I did for Affliction. I did Demo, I think it's in here. I did Demo for all of Nerebar Palace, and I did mostly Demo through all of Mana Forge. As a matter of fact, I think I just did Demo for all of Mana Forge. I probably did a couple of Affliction instances, maybe a few. I don't think I did Destro. I'd have to look at my logs. What happened here? It just reset. Well, I don't want to... Okay, so that thing respawned. Maybe the dude will respawn here momentarily. I really don't want to abandon and then have to re-pick the quest up in case it breaks something, but... I guess we will do that. Abandon. The good news is, he's right here. So I can abandon it and then pick it right back up. Also, it does seem that the cooldown manager is the problem, and I have zero clue what the problem is specifically. Is this dude gonna trigger? Maybe I have to walk through like a part of the door or something. There it goes. No, I got stunned. I wonder why he disappeared and reset before. Why'd you reset? Man, I'm gonna have to Google this, aren't I? Breaking the Emperor's shield. Wow. Let's see. Oh, okay. Somehow my Warlock pet interferes with this quest mechanic. That's so weird. Okay. Is there a talent that allows me to... Hang on, wait. There should be sacrifice, right? Grimoire of Sacrifice? Okay. Now, how did I trigger this dude before? And I just want... Okay, there it is. Yep. Oh, I got caught in the shockwave on the frontal cone. Nice, nice. Now what am I doing? He's just sending me on all sorts of errands, man. The good news is, I'm getting a lot of XP from that. Can't do that while moving. Whack. Oh, I also need to pick these up. Because there is another quest, or endeavor rather, to get more herbs and ores and shit. Ores, herbs, and lumber. Man, that's crazy. Tomb Watcher. Repair the Tablet of Thunder. Do I have to do that in this room? I guess it would be further in, wouldn't it? Terracotta Champion. This dude's really good at making pottery.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, I got it.
Be careful.
Now I gotta read the tablet. I've never seen this cutscene. Okay, so we just opened the door for them to come in and, like, reawaken him? That's cool.
Secure their remains, brothers. The Thunder King shall live again.
Man,
Hello, can you hear me?
find the blood-revealed map on a Zandalari warrior.
Guide your steps.
That's crazy. I think it's really funny how we absolutely destroy these dudes, and then we ally ourselves with them like 3 expansions later. Okay, there's that. Now I gotta talk to Cho again.
Yes, I can do it.
Cool. Man, it's still crazy that I just need so much housing XP. I think I'm gonna make some more coffee, and that's gonna require heating up some more water. So once we turn this quest in, I think I'm gonna go AFK for maybe like 5 or so minutes. Okay, we're gonna chill out here for a moment, and I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some coffee. Hello, hello, I have returned. We are back. We are back with some World of Warcraft. Some WoWcraft. I don't know if anybody uses Titan Panel aside from me. Well, there's a couple of guildies, but I don't know if anybody else has actually experienced the same problem where it seems like the little data tags linger longer than they should, and they don't actually go away all the time. It's like they don't actually it's like they're not working properly, like something's lagging on their front end. And I am not knowledgeable enough to be able to determine what the problem is. Alright, Shin Whisper Cloud. Oh wait, what does this lady do? Oh, she's just the blacksmith's daughter? Okay. Not to talk to strangers, but you seem friendly, fucking oops. Where's Zuchin at? It's not on that island. There's a bunch of hosen around. Crazy. Where did all those huts come from? I definitely need to work on getting, because we had a transmog contest a while ago, and I need to get the 3 winners their prizes because I have not done that yet. Oh. Man, I love what amounts to a cutscene, but like you're in the game, but you're also not in the game. It's just an uninteractable amount of time. Which, like, it's not the worst thing ever in the world. It's just, man, this could have gone a little bit faster, I think. Now, is this technically Kunlai Summit? I guess it is. I guess this is technically Kunlai Summit. It's towards the top end. The northernmost section. That's a lot of fish, actually. Wow. Yeah, the Dragon Shard of Knowledge is specific. No, I missed the lumber. Alright, what am I doing? How many quests do I need? Let's see. I need one more, so I just need to complete this one, and I'll be done.
Welcome, Jade Serpent. May the mists protect you.
I'll cover your posts. That's funny. They just turn around and start getting wailed on from behind. I think this will be the last quest that I do before I attempt to go do the lore walking thing in Dornegal. Because it bugged out on me. There we go, cool. Alright. So now, how many coupons do I have? I have 37. I feel like I'm supposed to have way more than that. Did I not? I've done 3. I've done 3 of these, right? I did 3 of these. I should have 10, 9, 8. That's how much I should have, right? Weird. Oh, well. Oh, you know what? I spent 15 of those coupons, so that makes sense. I'm bad at math. Oh, we can do this as well. Let's go ahead and queue for that while I work my way towards the portal. I could hearth out, but... instead of hearthing out, we're just gonna go ahead and run, or I guess fly straight to the area, the shrine. There's also some stuff that I need to do in Twilight Highlands. Let me look at how many world quests they have over there. That's not right. There it is. 4? Okay. For, I think, 40 of the insignias? Yeah, that's not awful. We could do that. That's something that we could do for sure. I don't know who discovered coffee. I further do not know who decided to put milk and sugar into the coffee. But man, they should be interred into the Hall of Saints, in my opinion. Oh. Ugh. Big stretch. Oh, I have a quest to turn in over here. Did I do an emissary for these guys? Is that what the quest is for? It might be. I think so. Overflowing Council of Dornegal Trove. That's in Misk. I need to move that. Let's put that into consumables. I could also just make a second... I could make another category. I probably need to work on the category here at some point. Or categories, I should say. "19 polished pet charms? Hell yeah. That's actually quite a bit of stuff that I wanted. This guy sells books. I need some more books. Oh no. I have 6k resonance crystals. Man, that is awful. I blew through them so quickly. I didn't think that I would have so few. That's actually nuts, now that I'm thinking about it. I spent so many. What are we doing? What's this guy saying? I'm waiting for this queue to pop. I don't believe that there is... I'm trying to remember if it's... I think it's a daily... Oh, shit. You just gotta complain about it and then it starts working. That seems to be the play. Does it matter? I'm gonna pre-pop for this. Alright, Affliction feels pretty good. I got my heart-shaped box. Let's see if I get one of the mounts. Oh, I almost forgot. I need to make sure that I don't skip out on doing the Traveler's Log stuff. Alright. This is in Misk. Need to put that up. Oh, I got 2. It goes in consumables for now. Boo! I'm gonna delete the box of chocolates. I have 0 desire. Alright, now that we're here, let's go ahead and see if I can't get this into warlocking. I need the elves. Can I continue? Is that gonna give me anything? Is it gonna let me continue?
Eyes open. Always.
Okay.
The beauty of Eversong endures.
Man, they didn't even give Lorthamar a mount. They just had his ass fucking run. Yeah, so this bugged out on me like 4 different times, and it pissed me off. Oh, I missed the wood. Oops.
This is where the end began. Companies patrolling the forests near Zulaman when we received word of this scourge invasion. We were wholly unprepared for what we encountered. Quoth, alas, had enjoyed years of idyllic peace. Suddenly, we were facing death itself. I lost my eye in that battle. I would have lost my life were it not for Haldor. Words cannot describe the devastation our people suffered.
I can't remember if Mishi takes me over there or not.
One that we cannot resist.
Not seeing it, so I'll just run over their way, I guess. There seems to be a really weird problem with this particular series of quest chains where it like doesn't give you the right story beats. It's really weird. And it's also doubly annoying because this is the Blood Elf heritage quest. Like if you have a Blood Elf and you leveled it from 1 to like 80 or whatever the max level was when they introduced it, then like you've done this series of quests. And they're making you do it again. Which I guess isn't awful, right? Like it gives you exposition, it gives you lore, it tells you what the fuck is going on. Necrotic Echo. That's such a weird way to say fart. Alright, there's Mishi. Arthas. Oops. Alright. Now we take the ghost dragon. When they first dropped this, it was just really, really frustrating to actually get this going, because it just was not cooperating with any attempts to get it to work. Mishi wouldn't take you where you needed to go, and then whenever Mishi would take you where you needed to go, it would bug out, and like the quest wouldn't really work. If you ran all the way to the area where the quest is supposed to take place and you didn't take Mishi, then it still wouldn't work. Olimba Lumber. I think that's TBC.
You there, Far Strider, man of Ballista. Provide cover for the retreating civilians.
Okay. The cinematic for this is like equal parts annoying and also equal parts really good. The main problem that I have with this cinematic is the fact that like there was no reason for her to do what she does in this cinematic where she's like, we have to save the civilians, and so she sees Arthas, she sees this bitch, and then as she's trying to help her away, she just fucking, instead of shooting at Arthas with her bow and arrow, she electric slides with her daggers, and it's like, man, like, why'd you do that? And then the lady that she was trying to save in the first place did not make it anyway. That's a really good shot, though. The composition of that, like, scene is really, really good. Incredible. Peak. Insert Kojima, peak. Absolute cinema meme. Alright, where's Mishi? Alright, I'm a little lost. Where do we go? This is what I'm talking about. I think Mishi was supposed to take you to this area. Also, fun fact, you're supposed to do the Sunwell shit. You're supposed to do this scenario, but you have to first go talk to Lady Leodrin over here. If you don't talk to her, then you don't get credit to do the thing. It also doesn't put you in there. You have to walk in. Like, this entire section of lore walking was really frustrating, and it still is because I haven't completed it. Man, what am I wearing? Rooted. Let's see if it'll want to work this time. Because after the Blood Elf shit, it goes into the Void Elf stuff, which is especially egregious. Elven Shambler.
Citizens of Quel'Thalas, I have given you ample opportunities to surrender, but you have stubbornly refused. Know that today, your entire race and your ancient heritage will end.
Man, that's crazy, man. For Anasterian. I can't remember if I'm supposed to, like... Where am I at? Where am I supposed to be? Oh, there it is.
Death itself has come to claim the high home of the elves.
Arthas slaughtered our remaining forces and used the Sunwell to resurrect Kel'Thuzad as a powerful lich, corrupting
Damn.
beyond salvation. Our people would have soon suffered the same fate had we remained linked to its magic. With a heavy heart, Prince Kael'thas decided to destroy the Sunwell.
Now I gotta do another lantern pose.
The time has come. May the light of the sun guide us to the very end.
Sun ends. The Imani landed on the shore. We must hurry.
Cut down enough undead for us to pass, and leave the rest for the trolls. That will buy us the time we need.
Kel'Thas, my king. My goat.
What has he done?
Man, that's whack.
The soul of our people, now a desecrated font of decay. It worsens with each sunrise.
Liadrin, guard the entrance. Let none pass.
We shall hold the line until the very end. Salama Ashalanor.
Hero, with me. Protect the Magisters at all costs. We must reach the Sunwell.
What have the Magisters ever done for me? I'm really hopeful that this actually works out this time, because I do not want to have to redo this ever again. Lighthound. Nice, nice. Once we finish this part of the scenario, it is going to probably port us. I say probably. I don't actually know. It may or may not. I hope that it ports us to the Void Elf part, but I actually have zero clue if it's going to do that, or if it's going to screw me over. Tormented Magister. Oh no, I got feared. We're rolling, we're rolling. Alright. Did I win? Oh, I gotta go over here.
The ritual appears to be working. Magister, maintain your focus.
Man, this sucks. Nice. Alright. It teleported me somewhere. It didn't teleport me shit.
And so ends the most tragic saga in our people's history. Follow me, champion. It is time to return the lantern for silver.
Okay, hang on. Before I take this portal, I need to ask Lore Walker Cho where this is supposed to go. That's not where that's supposed to go, is it? There should be a translocation orb somewhere. I would think anyway. Let me look. Yes, yes. This is not where I thought that was gonna take me. Okay, yeah, this is not where I needed to be, actually. Let me jump down. Okay, so one of two things is gonna happen here. I'm gonna take this flight path over, and it's going to allow me to turn this quest in, and then it's going to work. Or it's going to tell me to, like, fuck off, and then I have to go do that scenario again. And I really hope that it is the former and not the latter. I really hope that this just lets me work.
Good fortune.
Alright, while we're on this really long and winding flight path, I think it is time for me to sip on more coffee. Let's see. I gotta look for something. I'm looking for something. Okay, now let's see if I can actually get to this quest. I know where it's supposed to be turned in at. We will find out if it takes me there or not. As I had said before, I think the problem that I ran into when I took the portal last time was it took me to the regular instance of Silvermoon, and it didn't do the lore walking thing. Like, this went away, and I had to hearth out back to Dornagal, and then continue it, and then he put me in front of the instance again, so we'll see if that works. I see that I can turn something in. This is looking good.
Always remember that our people are not defined by tragedy. It is my honor to present you with the regalia of our greatest heroes. Bilono Silaru, Belore Dora. Rise, champion of the Sindora.
Okay, cool. Now, what the fuck is the next part? That's not right.
Every good story needs a hero.
That's not a good sign.
How does the world find you? The Blood Elves took their name in remembrance of their fallen king, to ensure that they are
I'm so confused.
Every good story needs a hero.
I proudly serve as Regent Lord.
Greeting. Tread lightly.
Oh my god, this is awful. This is awful, dude. Okay, we're gonna exit this. I'm gonna restart it, and then maybe try not to pull my fucking hair out. That's so stupid. You have to talk to Cho in the very beginning, otherwise it doesn't work. Even though it doesn't tell you to do that. I guess start over. Shit.
Thousands of years ago, a group of high-born night elves were exiled by their Druidic king for practice. The Blood Elves took their
The music was bothering me. Okay. Except ride Mishi. We're gonna see if this works out. And if it doesn't, I'm gonna be displeased. The biggest problem that I have with this particular lore walking quest is I don't understand why this one sucks so much compared to the other three. I'd done the other three just fine.
Where the end began. My company was patrolling the forests near Zulaman when we received word of the Scourge invasion. We were wholly unprepared for what we had. Quoth, alas, had enjoyed years idyllic peace. Suddenly,
So now we are unfortunately on the same path yet again.
I in that battle. I would have lost my life were it not for help.
Big coffee time.
Describe the devastation our people suffered.
Alright, now I have to accompany Lorthamar.
Tell the tale is one that we cannot afford to waste.
Silverleaf. Truly. Going the wrong way. Alright, lantern location. Now I gotta do this shit again. I feel like I would suck getting super impaled by giant spikes of ice. I can kind of see the theme, or rather the thematic appeal of Frost Death Knight, because that does seem to be the very same kind of specialization that Arthas was. He was a two-handed Frost DK. I only wish that two-handed Frost is actually viable, or was viable. I might play it if that was the case.
How they have been utterly changed. The Scourge left a trail of defiled land and corpses in their wake. Yet the elves still held hope that Ranger General Sylvanus Windrunner could stop this monster.
Okay, we're accompanying Lorthamar. Let's see if this works.
You there, Fast Rider, man of ballista. Provide cover for the retreating civilians.
We love the ballista. I always thought that this was like a night elf thing. Like this night elf, this was a night elf piece of siege weaponry rather. And maybe I always thought that because of that one Isle of Conquest battleground. Not gonna lie, fam, I am skipping that.
The rebuilding continues.
As hard as
There we go. Alright.
there was no stopping the relentless march of Arthas and the Scourge.
Complete the fate of the Sunwell scenario. Alright. Okay. So now I gotta go talk to this lady. I thought maybe I had a guildie online, but I guess not. I can't even complain to guildies about what's happening right now. Oh wait, no. Okay, no. Never mind, I got it. Since I'm doing the quest properly, it's given me the quest. It's given me the Fall of the Sunwell scenario. Okay. Cool. And I need to go in here. And go to situations. Because it doesn't seem to like that. Okay, so... Never mind. That will not work. Alright, so we're going into the scenario. Hopefully this works the way as it should be now. Gotta kill like 90 things.
I need to target something first.
Sometimes I wish that there was a more horizontal gear progression system in WoW, but then I figure that I don't really like that system in other MMOs. Because sometimes I don't necessarily feel like I am super interested in the treadmill, but then other times it's like, that's kind of the whole shtick for World of Warcraft at this point in time. I don't think that they could ever feasibly and not necessarily reliably, but more so like successfully transition from a vertical gear progression system that they are currently at right now to a horizontal gear progression system. Because to go from vertical, which is the way that it currently is, wherein you go through all of the systems, you go from the very beginning of the expansion, you start out as nothing, or rather your gear isn't super good, and then from there you get better gear as you play the season, which is great, it's fine, but then you run into the issue of once you reach a certain point, as in whenever the next tier starts, that's when your gear is now obsolete, and that just kind of repeats ad nauseum. That's why it's called the treadmill. Whereas with horizontal gear progression, as soon as you get bis gear, you have bis gear. You are never not bis geared. A really, really good example would be the instance of Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 is a horizontal progression based system. So as soon as you get really good ascended gear, you are done. Like, you're done with like actually having to gear your character. There are exceptions wherein, like, if you wanted to play a different specialization or like skill mastery, you may need a different set of stats. And so that might need you to get different pieces of gear, different pieces of ascended gear. That's the purple gear in there, in that game.
We must hurry.
But then also they kind of answer that question too with the advent of their legendary gear and their legendary system, which I personally, I think that Guild Wars 2 does the best instance of legendary gear in any MMORPG on the market. The problem is the reason why it's so well done is because of how much work you have to put into it. So what's really cool about the Guild Wars 2 legendary system is that it is very much a legendary. Everybody can get one. There is no obsolete legendary in the game because of the horizontal gear progression. But the problem with it, or rather the caveat to it, is that you need to do and devote a large amount of time and a large amount of gold, which gold is still very valuable in that game, by the way. So you need to devote all of that time and all of those resources to accrue your legendaries. You have to craft it, right? And so you're experiencing basically every facet of the video game, from crafting to gathering to, you know, your auction house playing, you're grinding, you're doing feats, and you're doing endeavors basically throughout the entire game, trying to get yourself a legendary. And then beyond that, once you finish the legendary, some of them are really, really sick. They have unique models from any other weapon in the game. They often change the way that your spells look whenever you cast them. So it's like, let's say that it's very similar to the green fire quest for World of Warcraft Warlocks. As soon as you get the green fire quest and you toggle it on, all of your destruction spells are now green, and that's really cool. And so a lot of the legendaries will do that, especially legendary weapons. They'll make your spells have different appearances whenever you cast them, which is really sick. And then some of them even have character effects. Like there's a sword, I think, called Twilight or something, and it's like a sword that the blade is the night sky with stars in it. It's really cool, and it makes it so that whenever you are walking, you leave behind like footprints of the night sky. It's really, really cool. Beyond that, though, one of the coolest things about Guild Wars 2 Legendary is that whenever you actually obtain a legendary, in order to help combat the fact that, like, there's already horizontal gear progression in the game, but in order to combat the idea that you need to go get a different piece of gear to allow you to use it based on whatever spec or build you're wanting to use, they've made it to where if you have a legendary, you can just go into the legendary menu and you get to hot swap the stats. So if you, like, a really good way to put it is, I'm currently using this Void Glass Sovereign's Blade that is crit and haste on it. If this was a legendary in Guild Wars 2, and I needed haste mastery instead of haste crit, I could, like, right click the weapon and change it to haste crit. There's no currency involved, there's no requirement for it. You just have to be able to, I think you're in a rested area or just not in combat, something like that. But it's really, really cool. And it further makes, like, legendary gear impactful and very worth and valuable. Because now, once you have that legendary, you no longer have to get different pieces of gear anymore. So instead of having multiple pieces of gear sets, so that you can accommodate your, like, for Necro, you can accommodate your Reaper and your Shade skills, or your Torchbearer skills. Now, all of a sudden, you are able to instead just have the one piece of gear. And because of that, I do think that Guild Wars 2 probably has one of the best legendary systems in the entire genre. I think that a lot of people are really fond of the idea that you put in the work for certain parts of your game. So, like, people who get legendaries in World of Warcraft, especially the old ones, like if you play Classic and you get Thunder Fury, that felt really cool. Because you now had a weapon that you were never going to replace for the rest of the game. And I do agree that that is something that is kind of missed in WoW. They don't really have a system anymore to where you have a weapon or an item that you never replace for the rest of the expansion. And I do think that they should probably make a return to that at some point in some fashion. It's just very difficult to properly get that going, in my opinion. Because if they make it to where, like, you're... Because, like, some people get really upset about the idea of having a locked slot for your gear in WoW. And so, what I mean by that is, like, people get really mad whenever you have tier sets, and, like, these 4 slots are dead, right? Like, I can't replace my pants, I can't replace my gloves, my shoulders, or my helmet. If I do, then I break my 4 set, and I don't get to use any other gear. And that's the main problem that I think people have with that, They don't necessarily appreciate the fact that you can't experiment and use different pieces of loot in those moments or in those slots. And I think that legendaries in that they are, at least the way that I would want them to be, wherein you don't lose them for the rest of the expansion, then I do feel like people get a little carried away with like disparaging that. Alright, does this work? Oh my god, it worked. Okay. I never played in, I didn't play in Evoker through Dragonflight, but I know that for the Dragonflight, Evokers did get a legendary. They got a fist weapon. And that was one tier before the final bit of the game. And so they didn't get another weapon if they got it, which was pretty sick. Okay, now I have to do Children of the Void. This is annoying. Talk to Cho. Tell me about the Void Elves. Except remember the Sunwell from Lady Leodrin. Oh no. Okay, this worked. Alright, cool. Complete the scenario. Alright.
First Arcanist Thalysra, an honored guest. Welcome to Silvermoon.
It is a pleasure to visit your fine city at last. Thank you for extending the invitation, Regent Lord.
Please, call me Lord Lamar. But where am I manners? Allow me to introduce another guest, Lady Illyria Windrunner, a hero of Silvermoon's past.
Truly?
Unexpected honor, Lady Windrunner. Silver told me of your courage during the campaign of the Abyss.
The honor is mine, First Arcanist. I do not mean to intrude upon your visit. Perhaps I should return another time.
Nonsense. Whatever you came to say, you must say in front of your guests.
As you wish. I come bearing an offer from High King Anduin Rex.
I had hoped your visit was motivated by a love for silver. Instead, you come at the behest of the Alliance's boy king. How disappointing.
Cutting words, Lord Lamar. Are they yours, I wonder? Or has the dutiful ranger I knew become the mouthpiece of your war chief?
You doubt mine, yet how can you trust your own? Do you deny that the Lords of the Void whisper to you? Did you not surrender yourself to the shadows on Argus?
It seems the offer I bring has been anticipated and spurned.
Damn straight.
But before I leave, I have one request. It has been 1,000 years since I set eyes upon the Sunwell. May I visit it once again?
I advise against it. We cannot trust that she will not.
Whatever she has become, Illyria is a daughter of Quel'Thalas. I will not deny her pilgrimage to our most sacred seat. First Arcanist, you and your retinue would be welcome to join us.
I would consider it an honor to see the sun. And I prefer that my friends call me Thalysra.
Ooh.
Kindly open your
Hell yeah, dude. Alright. Maybe I can finish out this fucking Lore Walker quest then. Do I have to talk to Cho? No, I just have to portal to the Sunwell? Alright, let's do that. If I have to do this entire set of scenarios again, I'm going to be so annoyed. Okay.
Sense of power is palpable, as potent as the Nightwell, but of a different nature.
The Sunwell was corrupted by our enemies, but a Naru's sacrifice purified its waters. Now, the essence
Does
of
she have her new
life
model?
sustains us.
No? Okay.
The Sunwell has changed, but its beauty remains. It is pure self-love.
Stay back! What is happening? This is why I demanded that Umbric and his radicals be exiled. Anyone who treats with the Void is a danger to the Sunwell.
Enough! We need to cleanse this corruption before the well is lost.
Silgrim, Valtoire, aid the Regent Lord.
Man, that sucks. Man, Romoth was done dirty. He knew what was gonna happen. And we were like, nah, dude, it'll be fine. It'll be okay. Illyria's the bad guy, Romoth a bitch. Romoth was just doing what he knows, man. Romoth is like, he's got a huge grudge against literally everybody who isn't lightbound and shit.
Seeks to open a rift into the chamber. If it comes through, we may lose the Sunwell.
Alright, now what do I gotta do? I'm trying to do this lore walking thing because it was bugging for me the entire time. And now it's finally working properly. Nether Prince Durzan. What am I supposed to do?
The Sunwell is secure. Your aid was invaluable for this one. And yours, gentlemen.
Guards, seize this Salatul.
Oops.
I will not be taken prisoner in my own homeland.
Enough.
Congrats, you're not gonna pop out the light well in midnight. Oh shit.
Or no, your presence poses a danger to Quel'Thalas. Go back to Stormwind. Silver Moon is no longer your home.
Damn
As
straight.
your command, Regent Lord. For now.
What do you mean fucking for now, bitch?
I regret you had to witness that exchange, Thalissa. This is not how I planned your visit to unfold.
On the contrary, this conflict has demonstrated your dedication to your people. I can see that the Horde has allowed you to uphold your traditions, something that is very important to us.
We gain strength from our powers, but we have not lost who we are.
My favorite part about the scenario system, though, along with the actual situation system from the transmog, the new transmog update, is there isn't a scenario situation. And so I'm just wearing some bullshit here.
The Horde offers that
I look so bad.
join us.
Alright, let's go ahead and take the translocation orb. Hopefully that is what I needed to do.
I am the blade of the light.
Oh, thank God. Okay, now I have to talk to Cho again. Tell me about Illyria. Complete the Void Elf quests. Oh my God.
The Prospect. This was once Everseen Forest, a place of unbridled.
Alright, hang on, Illyria. I gotta go cut a tree down.
My family home stands not far from here. These woods once brought such joy to me and my sisters. To see them like this,
Oh, hell yeah. My detective llama. It's wearing a hat.
this sanctum was once a testament to my people's
Our void experiments are proceeding well. I am certain we're on the cusp of a breakthrough, despite Ramoth's small-minded
Okay.
protests.
We gotta go to the other side now.
The Grand Magister must understand. this
My favorite part
power
about the,
expense of silver.
like,
Never
Umbric and
again
Romath,
shall the Sindori fall prey to
like,
our enemies.
dichotomy is that, like,
Unfortunately, it seems our
they're very clearly best friends at least, and like the headcanon that a lot of people have is that they're in a romance that it's been estranged because one of them just took over the void and the other one is like, no dude, fuck the void. Imagine being a high elf apex society and riding chickens. I honestly genuinely think that the chickens were meant to be kind of like the chocobos. I think they got inspiration from Final Fantasy. I like how hers is special and it's like riddled with void magics and shit. They decided to sit there and irradiate a chicken to the point of it growing extra eyes and now it glows in the dark.
This place looks like it has been ransacked.
Seems we are not the first of our people seeking to harvest the void.
Alright, Mishi. Before I take flight, I must collect a tree. I'm very glad that so far this isn't bugging out like it has been for the last like at least 4 times that I've tried this. One of the biggest problems that I had with it was that it doesn't like designate that you're supposed to talk to Cho immediately, because you can still do the scenario without talking to Cho first, but if you don't, then you don't get to progress forward. But I was running into issues the first 2 times that I did this scenario, or like this specific lore walking thing, where I would speak to Cho and then it wouldn't really register properly. Like I would talk to Cho, he would teleport me, I would do the thing, and then Mishi wouldn't spawn after you did the Arthas part, like the very beginning of the scenario. Like he would not spawn. And so I ran to the next part of the to the next part of the lore walker thing, and it didn't like that. And so I ran back to where I was, and then Mishi had suddenly spawned, and then I flew over there, but then I couldn't actually do the quest again because I'd already done it. Small indie dev team, am I right? Yeah, I have to play exactly by the book. Yeah, it was really annoying.
But his tenacity turned him and his followers into exiles.
Where the hell? Oh, is there more? It is crazy that the Blood Elves have no clue what a guardrail is.
Drathia's quest for power led him to seek the fragments of an ancient world, one teetering on the brink of
Travel to Telogris Rift and complete the scenario.
said it existed with
If this works, I'm going to get at least 3 of these Silverman books.
That must be Umbric.
Too proud for frivolous things like OSHA. They hit you with the classic like drow lore wherein like
unexpected honor.
you need to learn how to levitate, and if you don't know how to levitate and you fall to your death, that's just you being too weak to not die.
We have a keen interest in your interaction with the dark.
If you don't know slow fall by the time you're 4 years old, did you really deserve to live?
Champion and I have been searching for you. We knew your exiles in Silver, and thought we shared common ground.
Indeed, like you, we believe
I love this puzzle box. Has been just a constant asset that they've used basically at least once in expansion since Legion. I love that for them.
for instance. It is an ancient device, perhaps even predating life on Azeroth. It seems to have been locked, and we cannot...
Yeah, this was a part of the world quests in Legion
Careful, Umbric.
specifically.
Answers to such mysteries
Where's it at?
often come at a price.
Is it gonna let me?
Look out!
Where's it at? There's like different. I'm sure you've done the quests where you have to like run in a specific pattern, and if you don't run in the specific pattern, it like resets. But that was the first time that they implemented at least that particular puzzle box asset, and then it's shown up again in BFA whenever they introduced Void Elves, and then it showed up again in Shadowlands, and then it showed up again further in the War Within, because there's a quest in Koresh that is like at the end of the Oasis over here.
Resist the whispers, Umbric. This gift you are offered is little more than enslavement.
So they've reused it a bunch of times, which I'm not complaining about. Like, that's something that I kind of disagree with a lot of people who play this game, is that like they really don't like the reuse of assets, but it's like, do you want them to make a custom asset every single fucking time that they implement something, and then like take up precious dev time that they could be spending on making the game more fun? Because at a certain point, you're either wanting them to make unique art every single time that they will never ever touch again or reuse, or you want the game to be fun. Can't survive in an MMO without it, correct? Like, you need to reuse some stuff. I was talking earlier because I was doing some archaeology in Warlords of Draenor. Speaking of things that they have not touched ever since, I think, fucking Legion, actually. There is a profession called archaeology, believe it or not, and there's like a bunch of different aspects of it that you can go through and whatnot, but it's like, its maximum skill is 950, but you don't have any more like archaeology points to obtain after Legion. They don't have any BFA archaeology sites, they don't have any Shadowlands, Dragonflight, or the War Within. They just kind of abandoned it. They have not touched it ever since.
That vortex up ahead pulses with power.
Oh my god, my cat just blew his litter box up and it fucking stinks. What do you get for doing archaeology? You get a few different things. You can get, at least if you did it in Legion, you were able to get, like, some hidden artifact appearances. I think the warrior, either the arms warrior or the fury warrior one comes to mind. You also can get achievements. There is a housing item that you can get from WoD archaeology that I was trying to get today, but I ran out of dig sites in Spires of Iraq. Most of it is just kind of like, oh, you can also get mounts and toys. I think you can get pets. A really good mount, as an example, I don't have it. Hang on, wait. You can get this.
There. Derzan is using
So you need to use archaeology to get the alchemy recipe to make this, and then you're able to craft it, and it is one of the few, I say few now, it used to be one of the few two-seater mounts that you could obtain without spending money or doing like a refer a friend thing. Before, you needed to do a refer a friend, and then your friend needed to like be subscribed to the game for like 3 months or something like that, and then you'd be able to get the Nightwing or the Nightsaber thing, which is, where is it at? I actually don't know where it is. I used to have it on my bars, but I stopped using it. Maybe if I just do... I can't remember it. There it is, Obsidian Nightwing, it's this. So if you did recruit a friend, you got this, and then there's a couple of other ones, like there's this one, but that one's not two-seated, I don't believe. I don't think this one's two-seated. But this is also not a recruit a friend. This one is, but it's also not two-seated. So there was only like a few different two-seaters that you could get, and they were all either really gated, like the Sandstone Drake, or you needed to have a refer a friend, which was honestly kind of hard to get. But I do think that you can get toys and also pets at the very least. There we go. Nice. Talk to Lore Walker Cho. Okay. Oh, thank God. Thank God it worked. This was the buggiest lore walking scenario that I think I have ever seen. No coup defensive. Alright, now who sells the tome? I think this gives me the, hang on. Elves of Quel'Thalas. I think the achievement is what gives the, yeah, the tome. Okay, now where do I get the tome from? Leveling a healer and everyone is all over. Yeah, no coup defensive fucking sucks. It's not great. It is one of my least favorite dungeons from Dragonflight. It is probably my second least favorite from the Brackenhide Hollow or whatever it's called. Let me see, what is it called? Yeah, Brackenhide Hollow. Brackenhide Hollow is my least favorite, 100%. I hated that dungeon. No coup defensive is second least favorite. Honestly, hot take, Ruby Life Pools was also my third least favorite, mostly because of the fact that like that dragon pat on the very top end, on the top floor leading into the second and third boss, like that killed so many groups. It also doesn't help for, at the very least with no coup defensive, it doesn't help that it's kind of open-ended, and so what ends up happening is people, especially if you were doing like the quote-unquote meta skip, I don't know if it'll give me a map. Here it is. I guess it didn't matter. So like you can, like the normal way to get into the final boss on no coup defensive is to start here in the very front end of like no coup and hold, and you're supposed to fight your way through all the trash to get to the Balakar Khan guy. But at a certain point, I don't know when it happened, probably well before the expansion even launched, when people were like doing all the testing and stuff. Once you kill Tira and Maruk over here in Tirakai, if you're fast enough and you're like accurate enough, you can actually fly your dragon flying mount across these mountains. If you're too slow, you get struck out of the sky with lightning, and then you have to do the actual regular way. But if you're fast enough, you're able to get struck out of the sky and land in this area, and there's like very minimal trash to fuck with, and then you can go straight to Balakar Khan. The problem with that is inevitably one or two people would screw that part of the dungeon up, or that part of the skip up, and then you would have to do the trash anyway. And so it was a lot of frustration, because like if you had just done the dungeon the normal way, then you wouldn't have the headache of now you have to run through extra trash, or you have to like do some weird finagling and like summon each other. It's really annoying. Thankfully, that dungeon is not in the current rotation. Let's see. I need to find out who sells the book. I think it might be this lady. It is not that lady. Who sells the book? Now I gotta look it up. Silver Moon Tome of Intrigue. Tome of Silver Moon Intrigue. Alright, who sells this? Source Lolly the Assistant. Where are you at? Oh, you're in... You're in Pandaria? What the hell? That is whack. Now I gotta go to Pandaria. Are you using any of the healer add-ons? I think that you may have access to a couple. I think Voodoo might work. I can't remember if any of the others work. No, I don't know what I'm doing and I'm scared. The thing that I would recommend you do is, and this is coming from like a DPS main that has never really done any healing beyond maybe some mythic, very low mythic plus, like +1 or +2 or 3. I had heard all of the discourse and displeasure surrounding whenever like Voodoo or Cell or whatever the hell would like not update, and then now all of a sudden you can't use your proper heal spells. And so I started to use mouse over macros exclusively for all of my heals, which is annoying, but it's not too bad. Oh wait, I'm at the wrong one. She's over here for some reason. Alright, let's see. Where am I going? It's not Zadormi. This lady. Okay, alright. So this is the lady who sells me the stuff. I want at least 2 more of these. Sick. It's really weird because with healing, it's like I've never really wanted to heal in World of Warcraft. It's never been a desire of mine while I play this game to do any kind of raid healing or even like higher level dungeon raiding. It's just never been something that I've wanted to do. And yet, whenever I played Final Fantasy XIV, that was my main. I was a white mage main healer. And I will say, there is no cooler feeling in a video game than whenever you are like raiding, or not raiding, but like, I guess raiding is something that I was doing in Final Fantasy 14, but specifically, there's no cooler feeling in FF14 as a healer than to do a dungeon and the tank getting like 9 or 10 stacks of exposure, which was like a stacking debuff that made you take more damage, and then you keep him alive throughout the rest of that boss fight, and then at the end he's like, holy shit, I should have been dead, you're so good. Like, there's no better feeling than that. And it's only ever happened to me one time. But it was enough. Are there any more dig sites over here? There's a dig site over there, but I don't want that. I want dig sites in Spires of Iraq. Let me Google how long it takes. Hang on. How long does it take for dig sites to respawn Warlords of Draenor? Reddit should have the problem. Alright, maybe this is not quite it. Either way, I think I came back to WoD for no reason. Oops. Alright, I will be right back. I have to use the restroom.
You gotta know I'm all yours. But when I say what's that about, you start slurring your words. Tell me why you have to seem so distant when I'm holding you. Your fingertips are drifting away, and I fucking love how it hurts. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I? Why do I, baby, why do I? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling?
I have returned. Let's see. All right. Like I said, I don't think that there's any, there's no dig sites in Spires of Iraq right now. And I think you can do them. Like, you can obviously do other dig sites, and then it should spawn, like, another random dig site, but I'm kind of, like, out of the mood to do more archaeology that isn't in Spires of Iraq, so I think I'm probably going to skip doing that to spawn more. And in the meantime, we could do lore walking on my death knight. That's something that we could do. I think there's a couple of pets that I want out of here, though. Let me go over to the Twilight Highlands first and see if there's anything that I can get that I don't already have. I have been wanting to kind of talk about this book that I bought, I think a couple of weeks ago. It's called Severance by, I'm trying to think. It's called Severance, not like the show, by an author called Ling Ma. And it has changed my life in a profound way, in a profound manner. So it's a novel about introspection, and most notably it's got like a pretty heavy tint of anti-capitalism without saying the loud part of that out loud. But it is moreover a call to reflect on what we're actually doing with our lives, and like, what is it that defines us. And the whole premise of the book, without giving too much away, is that it is a kind of like a delve into a post-apocalypse preceding a pandemic. And the idea is, at least to me, the thing that really struck out to me was that the novel is exploring themes of what are you doing with your life when it isn't work. Because the premise is that, like, the people who get sick in this novel are like, they do end up becoming brain dead, but then they still maintain like their bodily autonomy in such a way to where they are still able to enact their routines. And so like, they can still drive a manual car. They can't drive it very well, but they can still drive it. They can still put it into the gears, they can still shift, they can still clutch, all that kind of thing. And then you'll still go to work and all of this other stuff, even though you're dead. And so the premise is like, what is it that you do that isn't work? What is it that brings you joy, that allows you to do things other than work? And it was anti-capitalist in the idea that, like, it explores the fact that so many people especially in the United States, so many people tie their self-worth and their self-value to what they do as a profession or what they do as a job. And it has been noted before that, like, if you go to another country such as France or even London, like, if you ask somebody what they do, typically they'll tell you what they like to do in their free time or when they're not working. But if you ask an American what they like to, like what they do, they'll tell you what they do for work instead. And it's like a weird social and kind of like a societal specificity, wherein like if you are American, you've probably been raised on the idea that like your value stems directly from whether or not you generate value for a company. And it was really changing, at least in my head, for me, because it was like, what do I do outside of going home, going to work, going to the gym, going home, going to work, going to the gym? And it was like, it kind of speaks on the idea that you should do things other than just work, which is obviously like something that like I think a lot of people kind of have in the back of their head, but it's always a matter of like, I don't have time, I don't have energy, I don't have the money, I don't have like insert either real or made up obstacle here as to why they don't want to do it. And so I think it's helped in the sense that like it's made me want to go do other things just on the pretense of like doing something that isn't on my schedule, and it's something that I don't necessarily schedule. Like it's something that I don't make an active cognizant attempt to fit into my routine. I just think it makes me be more spontaneous, or has made me be more spontaneous, because I have historically not been spontaneous at all.
Have returned to mine the Elementium depth.
What the hell am I doing?
Do not let them keep what they find.
Oh no, I need 100 fucking Elementium. That's not too bad. It looks like it's going pretty quick. I'm currently reading The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky, which means that I can be obnoxious. I was joking in Project Gorgon a couple of days ago. Last I played, I was asking people in like general chat, I was like, okay, who wants to go do this dungeon while I obnoxiously and incorrectly quote Dostoevsky? And somebody that was in the same town square as me was like, finally, somebody who remembers how to have fun. I'm about halfway through this 814 page long book, and it's pretty decent so far. It's very dramatic in places, and it seems to kind of touch on the idea of, similarly, it seems like a lot of books that I've been reading lately have been touching on the idea of like, what are you doing this for? Like, what are you living for? What is, like, not so much like, what is the purpose of life, so much as it is like, what are you doing? And I think that's not necessarily incredibly profound, because I don't think it is. I think a lot of people ask themselves, like, what they're doing, like, what are they doing in their spare time? What are they doing, like, in their free time? Like, what are they deliberately spending their time on? Although I do think that it's a little bit more of an important question, like now, with the advent of like TikTok and like YouTube Shorts and shit, because a lot of people are just doom scrolling as opposed to either spending time being bored or spending time creating or spending time in their own head. And so I do think that it is a pretty apt kind of question to ask ourselves, like, what are we doing? Are we being intentional with what we're like spending our time on? Are we doing something that we actually enjoy, or is it just something that we are doing to prevent ourselves from thinking? And I think so far, like halfway through The Brothers Karamazov, that's kind of what I'm reaching for, or rather that's kind of what I'm grasping from the main story at the moment, because the premise thus far, and I don't mind spoiling this book a little bit because it's so old, you have a variety of characters. You have a father, you have 3 sons, one of them is a bastard, one of them is a like somebody who wants to become a clergyman. Another person is kind of like, not a hobo, but he's kind of like what they refer to as a sponger. Like, he doesn't really have a job. He just writes articles in the newspaper, questioning like different theocratic theories and shit. And he gets paid for those contributions to the articles, even though like that's really, it's more of like a passing hobby as opposed to, he's basically a rage baiter on Twitter. to kind of describe him a little bit more aptly. And then there's another one that is a little bit more successful. He was in the military for a while, but similarly, he's kind of taken up in the idea of like, he doesn't really want to do any kind of work or anything like that. And they're not quite aristocratic, like they're not nobility, but they're also not poor. Like, they've got money. And so their kind of life that they live is kind of not extravagant, but they don't want for anything. But it's very much like interfamilial drama in the very beginning, and it's like a bunch of exposition dump about like what this family is currently going through. And some of the themes that I'm noticing throughout is like the brothers are trying to determine what it is they want out of this life. And one of them, the one that wants to go into the clergy, is like trying to determine what he wants out of his life, because he's like the youngest out of the three. And he's also like, so far, the kindest. He's not the one who's like trying to scam people or anything like that. He's just trying to do right by other people. And he's surrounded by familial figures who just want to scam people. Like, they just want to scam each other. Like, there's the father and the military son is both vying for the attention of a woman who is basically just trying to vie for their attention based on who can give her the most money. And they're in a very petty squabble with each other about who is going to get this lady's attention. Never mind the fact that the dad is like ancient compared to the son and the woman. And furthermore, the military guy who is vying for this lady's attention, he's already engaged, and he's just kind of like abandoning his fiancée. The rage bait brother is wanting his military brother's fiancee's hand for his own, but like he doesn't want to compete for it, and he doesn't feel that it is like super important for him. He just kind of wants her attention just because he wants to say that he can. And then furthermore, there's also the guy who is wanting to go into the clergy. He's like being put involuntarily, might I add, as the mediator across it all. And it's so dramatic, it's so melodramatic, and it's so stupid, and it's like a train wreck. You can't pull your eyes away from it. But it's kind of like a weird window into like, what do you want to do? Like, what do you want to do with your life? Because are you gonna like kind of wallow and scam your way through everything and not really have anything to like say for yourself, or are you going to do something, even if it's like become a monk and effectively like do nothing other than like pray and preach? Like, are you gonna do something other than wallow? And I think that is less of an apt sentiment or question as it is with like the other book, the Severance book that I read, because that one kind of calls into action like, what are you doing other than work? Whereas this one, the Brothers Karamazov, is more, I think, asking the question of what is it that you're doing in general. And I do think that that's something that people don't really introspect on anymore. I'm tossing this bag of heart candies. I don't want it anymore. I also need to sell some other bullshit in my bags that I just do not need. Man, I got 42 Shadow Moon lumber? That's crazy. I didn't know I had that much. I don't need that. I don't need the life spirit. I'm holding onto the drums simply because they're expensive. I kind of don't want the lovely fireworks. I don't want the sweet eclipse donuts. Get rid of the victory perfume. Get rid of the shrieking quartz. I don't really have any desire for this Delver's bounty. You can sell this? Can you? You can. I don't know what it's for. Here we go. Get it out of my bags. I still have bullshit in my bags that I just need to get rid of, and I have not. Get rid of this. Here's the low eye level stuff. I can trash those. I probably don't need any of this stuff here, actually. Let's go ahead and get rid of this tabard. Let's get rid of this one. Added to my collection. Oh yeah, that was a warbound until equipped. So the BOE was turned into a warbound. Well, that's getting trashed. Well, 128. Yeah, I'm not gonna play a male class in forever. Now the ring is cool, but I think I'm also gonna go ahead and vendor that just because I don't want it in my bags anymore. Restored artifact. That is a currency for something. I have 17 of these on my fucking Demon Hunter? What the hell? When did that happen? I need to kill 2 more rares, and then I need to do... Well, I need to do 4 more rares, actually, because there's only so many world quests in this area. I might play Affliction for midnight. Like, it feels really good. I partook in the ritual of FOMO consumerism by way of going to Dunkin' like basically every day to every other day across yesterday, or last week rather, in an attempt to secure myself and Jade one of the brownie batter donuts that are limited time only for this month only. And I have to say, they're good. No, that's my spec. I can't play Affliction because you're playing Affliction? Damn it. But those brownie batter donuts are phenomenal.
Aims to recruit ogre brutes, plant banners among them, and sway them to our side.
The only problem with the fact about them being limited edition is that since they're not on the regular rotation of their donuts like Boston cream or even like the glazed blueberry or anything like that, people want them in droves, and so people will go to a Dunkin' and then they will get like a dozen of the fucking brownie batter donuts, and it's like, dude, chill. Like, you wouldn't get a dozen Boston creams because you're not going to eat a dozen Boston creams, but because of the fact that the fucking brownie batter ones are gonna go away on March 1st, you're like, ah, shit, I need to buy as many as I possibly can. You know why I couldn't loot any leveling dungeon bosses? I have no clue. You should be able to. There isn't a lockout. I mean, there is, but you wouldn't have been able to go into the dungeon if you were locked out, to clarify. Like, you can only do like 10 dungeons in an hour or some shit like that. I did not plant the flag on that last corpse. Oops. There we go.
That should make them think twice about joining.
You should have been able to loot it. Obviously you couldn't. And I'm not saying that, like, that couldn't have happened. I do know that there's been, like, a problem with auto-looting for a long time. Like, you'll go to loot, like, especially if there's, like, a large pile of ads and shit. If there's a large pile of ads or mobs and, like, you haven't looted all of them, if you go to... Theoretically, if you go to auto-loot them, it should give you everything that all of them have dropped, right? But sometimes it doesn't do that. And sometimes you have to loot them, like a giant pack of bodies, you have to loot them like 2 or 3 times in order to get everything, which is really frustrating. But that doesn't sound like the problem that you're having. I would assume that you should be able to get any drops from the mail. But if you don't get anything in your mail, then that's probably an issue. Just did Algathar Academy and couldn't open any chests, loot, or bosses. Could mobs, though. That's really weird. That sounds like it is small indie dev company issues, to be honest. That's really frustrating, though. I mean, this is whack. I need to go do one more rare after this.
We already have our hands full with entities the cult summoned. Do not let them bring more void creatures here.
Is there more? Oh shit. Did not realize that thing had teleported behind me. Nothing personnel, kid. I didn't cleanse this thing. Sick. Now I can go back and get that lumber. Did you get the Veldraken bookshelf in your inventory after you finished that Algathar Academy? Because I don't think you need to loot the thing. No, I got outrolled. Whack! You should send whoever won it a abusive mail. Don't do that, actually, by the way. Send them a message saying, why did you roll on a bookshelf when you don't even read? Just need to do a follower. Yeah, that's true. Either a follower dungeon or just swing through it on normal. I think you can do that still. I did a normal Skyreach and I saw the changes that they made to that dungeon, and I'm not sure I am a huge fan, but it's whatever. They changed how... Well, they added mobs that had never been there before. And then they also changed the way that the wind tunnel works. They also added a shitload of trash on the very final platform leading to the final boss, which, again, I'm not, like, a huge fan or hater of, personally. It's just a choice. I think that it is probably the better done, like, update to some of the quests, or not quests, but dungeons for, for, like, older dungeons turning into not time walking, older dungeons turning into Mythic Plus. I think it's probably the better implementation of it to update the dungeon, because there have been at least a couple of dungeons wherein they didn't update anything and they just threw that in there. Skyreach's butt, it's bad. It was one of my least favorite dungeons to do in WoD, purely because of the wind tunnel. Like, I don't want to have to fight the wind, especially, like, whenever you would run into a group wherein the people in your party just weren't unable to figure out the wind. Which is fine, because you can turn it off, but, like, you could clearly tell who was struggling with the mechanic and who wasn't. And some of it wasn't their fault. Some of it was, like, their class was just ineffective at actually dealing with the problem. Or the obstacle, so to speak. Like, I imagine a Shadow Priest would not be fun to play in Skyreach. Can you Death's Advance through that? You're damn fucking right you can. There are very, very few things that I don't think that you can Death's Advance through. You can Death's Advance through the wind tunnel. You can Death's Advance through basically any raid mechanic that pushes you. You can Death's Advance through the Forge Weaver Araz, like, knockback. Like his Dark Terminus or whatever it's called, the thing where he, like, does the phase. You can Death's Advance through that, to give you an idea of, like, how encompassing that ability is at just avoiding mechanics. It is the on-demand, I don't need to do shit button. Aw, man, my agony fell off. Alright, now I can turn in these quests. Death Knight is one of my favorite one of my favorite classes to play, simply because of the Death's Advance button.
What is it?
Alright, now I have a shitload of insignias. What am I buying? We'll get the pets first, I think. And I guess we'll get this toy. Now we have the tic-tac-toe. We're gonna put this on my bar. Alright, now we have riveting gameplay. Look at that! I'm so good at this. Look, 2 in a row! Look at that! Damn it. my strategy got figured out. Damn it. Draw. Rude. Damn, I failed. Look at that. Draw. This is the riveting gameplay that you signed up for. Damn, whack. Man, we love draws. What's the achievement for this thing? Aw, damn. Damn. Alright, how do I get out of here? Okay. Giant scoreboard? That's funny. Alright, I have the pets. I have zero desire to do any more rares today, so that might be something that I would pick up later. Let's go back to org. I gotta check my messages. It appears that Jade is messaging me. Man, this guy's been in the same spot the whole time every time I get in here. Alright, I think I'm gonna do the healthy choice, and I'm gonna crack open this bottle of water I brought in. I'm low-key happy I didn't play during Dragonflight. It seems more boring than the War Within. Gameplay-wise, it was pretty much the exact same as the War Within. Narratively, it was probably a little bit more boring. I would say probably was, because I thought that the story was fine. It was a lot more grounded, and it does feel a little silly looking back at it because the War Within is the first integration to the World Soul Saga, which is a trilogy. And so there are story beats in Dragonflight, and there is thematic exposition during Dragonflight that are dead ends because they have not gone through with like trying to determine what the answer or solution to them are. So a really good example is in Dragonflight, there is, I don't even know if I'll be able to find him in any of the raids or anything because of the fact that like he wasn't a boss. I don't think he was a boss like at any point. Is there like a model that we can look at? No. Okay, so like there are the primal aspects and then there's the regular aspects. Iridikron, yeah. So Iridikron is one of the big bads. Okay, so you do know who he is. There is no solution to what he did. He is released by Razageth. We befriend the one lady, the Frost Primal. We kill off Firak because he went mad with the Shadow Flame. Iridikron collected the Dark Heart and then just fucked off. We have no clue his interaction with Xal'atath or anything other than the fact that, like, obviously they interacted in some form because she has the Dark Heart, which is something that he had stolen from the one dungeon that I cannot remember the name of for my life. It was this one, Dawn of the Infinite. He stole it from Dawn of the Infinite by going back in time and taking it, right? And so we know at some point that Iridikron and Xal'atath have interacted in some degree to where they can pass that off, unless she stole it. She could have just done that, but we don't know, and we don't know where Iridikron is now. It's been like 2 whole years since we've heard about him. I've not heard about or seen any hint of him into Midnight, so if he does come back up, it's either going to be after the World Soul Saga is completed, or it's going to be during the Last Titan at some point. But it's just really weird how they have a lot of, like, dead ends in the narrative for this entire expansion. But I will say, I do think, other than that, the expansion does feel okay. Dragonflight felt pretty good to play through. It was a break from the huge existential crises that, like, we were dealing with throughout basically all the way up until Dragonflight, right? Because we had Legion, that was an existential crisis of, oh my god, if we don't do something, then the world is going to end. We had BFA, which was, at first, it wasn't an existential crisis, but it turned into one very quickly, because it was like, hey guys, they brought back the faction conflict, we're Horde versus Alliance again. And then about halfway through the expansion, they're like, oh shit, old gods, if we don't do something, the world's gonna end. Shadowlands was basically the exact same continuation of that, and it was like, oh shit, if we don't do something, the world's gonna end. So you had like 6 straight years of just constant, the world is going to end if we don't fucking do something. And then with like Dragonflight, it wasn't an existential crisis, at least not for all of Azeroth. It turned into one towards the end for the dream, the Emerald Dream, but I mean, who gives a shit, right? It's a dream realm. Every expansion starts with something and ends with old gods. Yeah, because like in Classic, you have the old gods all up in Silithus and Ahn'Qiraj, right? Like, you had the Ahn'Qiraj, the ruins of Ahn'Qiraj, you had, like, all kinds of bullshit over here. Like, you had the Silithid. These things were pretty gross. But then you also had, where's it at? I hate that it's its own zone that I can click on. You had the Temple of Ahn'Qiraj, which had Cthulhu as the boss. This dude was pretty sick. So you started with an old god, and then in TBC, I don't think there was an old god. In TBC, I think that it was a... What was the last boss in TBC? Let me look. In Burning Crusade, I think the last raid was Sunwell Plateau. And you didn't have an old god, but you did have a Void Corrupted Naru, and then you also had Kil'jaeden. So you had to fight Kil'jaeden. So it was another like existence threatening expansion because you had to deal with the Burning Crusade, right? And then you also had Wrath of the Lich King, which again was an existential crisis because the Lich King was fucking everything up. And Icecrown Citadel, the Ruby Sanctum is in here, but that's not a real raid. Icecrown Citadel is in here, and you had to fight the Lich King. But during Old War, you had an old god. You had Yogg-Saron. Not only did you have to deal with an old god, you also had to deal with Algalon the Observer, which I believe was an optional boss. And his entire problem was wanting to reset, like factory reset the world of Azeroth. So you had the existential threat of 3 things: an escaped old god, which was going to plunge the world into madness; a Titan observer coming in to literally mind wipe and re-terraform the planet, as well as Arthas, the Lich King. He was just gonna kill everybody and turn them into ghouls and shit, right? Like, so you had 3 existential crises to deal with in Wrath. Cataclysm, you had to deal with fucking the Twilight, like the Twilight cult, and then you also had to deal with Deathwing. So that's 2. I don't believe that there were any specific old gods here. there were obviously old god worship from like Cho'Gall and shit, but I don't think that there was specifically an old god here. I think it was mostly just Deathwing being an asshole. And then you had Mists. Technically, you did have to deal with old gods and Mists because of the Shah. The Shah are old gods, and then or like fucking Garrosh ended up consuming the heart of Isarge, which is an old god that was with the Shah. That's what the Shah came from, was an old god, so technically this entire expansion was about old gods. Wad was not old god related, but it was another existential crisis. And then there's obviously like the rest of them, like Legion and everything else. And then I guess technically, if you want to get into semantics, Xal'atath is an old god because she was there. Sans feet, of course. She didn't have feet in whenever the Ny'alotha was a thing. It's all old gods. They say it's the jailer, but it was all old gods. And I guess technically, I think lore-wise, the old gods were planted on Azeroth, kind of like a seed by the Void Lords and shit, as a means to weaken the world soul so that the Void Lords could consume it more easily. But the old gods had gained their own kind of agenda and their own goals to fulfill, or some shit like that. I have zero clue, to be honest. I don't know, man. I just work here. Did they fix the fangs on this helmet? It looks like they did. I don't know if you saw the image, but somebody had zoomed in on the helmet here, and like this fang was like just a little bit in the middle. So it looks like they fixed that. Oh yeah, they do have like the lunar stuff in here. I hope that old gods replaced by void lords to corrupt world souls. Yeah, that's what I thought. Titans resisted that. Hell yeah.
Safe journeys.
And that's something else that like it's interesting to read about, or not read about, but like if I had a quarter for every instance of MMOs having a narrative theme of otherworldly planets being corrupted and lost, and then like everyone else is dead except for like the main planet as the last bastion of life in the universe and all of creation. If I had a quarter for every time an MMO did that, I would have 2 quarters, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice. Because, like, Final Fantasy XIV did that. So the whole premise of Final Fantasy XIV, if you haven't played it or even looked into it, is that you have these, again, you have these primals, which are these, like, they're forces of nature, effectively. And they're not evil, they're not malevolent, they're not benevolent, they just exist. They're just a thing. They just, again, exist. And one of the things that is problematic with them is that, and the reason why you're fighting them all throughout A Realm Reborn in Final Fantasy XIV, is they mind control people. Again, they're not meaning to do it, but like nature, it's basically nature's answer to development and like over mining and over fishing and all that kind of thing. Like it's basically the world's immune system trying to prevent the continual destruction of the environment. And in doing so, just by nature, they mind control any lesser being underneath them, except for the Warrior of Light, whom you are, right? Like you've been blessed by the World Soul itself to be immune to this function, this defense mechanism. And so, like, you are tasked with defeating the primals. And then, as you progress through A Realm Reborn, you discover that there are these beings called Ascians, or Ascians, that are, like, trying to make this worse so that the rest of the planet becomes mind-controlled and it's more easy to take it over. And then going into the next expansion, Heavensward, you then uncover more and more of these plots to basically corrupt beings and like just more civilizations across Orzia, which is like the planet that you're on. It's basically Azeroth's Final Fantasy edition. And you find yourself in the midst of a really weird theocratic nation called Heavensward, and you're fighting dragons, which are effectively old gods but not really old gods, and they've been corrupted, and you're trying to uncover more corruption, and you find out that the High Priest of Heavensward was actually being manipulated by the Ascians to go to perpetual war so that their people would make more problems for the whole of the planet. You fix that, and then you go into Dragon's Blood, or whatever that expansion's called. I hate that one. But Dragon's Blood then happens, and I think that it is the weakest expansion, but you learn more about what's happening with the dragons, and then you learn more about what's happening with the not the Gilneans, they're, I can't remember the name of them, but they're like, they're humans that can't use magic, but they're basically engineers because they can't use magic. And you uncover more of the plot for that one, and then going into there you have Shadow Walkers, which is really good. And unlike Shadowland, Shadow Walkers was really, or Shadowbringers or whatever it was called, that one was really, really good. You get transported into another timeline, onto another planet, wherein you are tasked with, basically your home planet is fighting the darkness, this planet was fighting the light. And so now you are tasked with basically preventing it from falling into the light and kind of reversing it. And then you learn that the balance is very important, that if there's too much light, shit happens, and if there's too much darkness, shit happens. And so you're basically told and learn that there isn't a benevolent force. Like, light is not good if there's no shadow, basically. And then you learn more about the Ascians and how their planet was the first to succumb to the light. Sounds familiar. And so you learn that the Ascians were the first people to succumb to the light, and they weren't able to like actually stop it, and then they called on a manufactured god of darkness to bring more balance to it, but they couldn't control it, and then their planet succumbed to darkness instead of the light. They manufactured part of the problem. And then in Endwalker you learned that not only did the Ascians succumb to the light and succumb to darkness, but it wasn't their fault intrinsically. They had basically the equivalency of Unguro Crater, where they were experimenting with creating life. And the long and short of it was that the main dude in charge of their version of Unguro Crater created something that he sent out into the cosmos to search for other life, under the pretense that, like, they can't be the only ones in the cosmos alive, right? Like, surely there's other kinds of intelligent life, or even just regular life out there. And the whole theme and the whole problem is that the creation that he sent out to like find this other instances of life found nothing but dead planets. Like, there was no life out in the cosmos. It just found echoes of dead planets and echoes of what once was. And in its great despair and anguish of not being able to find any other glimmer of light in the universe, it then started to send echoes of this grief to the original planet. It wasn't called Eorzea, it was called something else. But this being sent all of these echoes of grief and anguish to where it came from, back home. And that destroyed that planet, and then it discovered that there were other planets with life, and it was like, why should you guys want to live in a cosmos and universe where life doesn't do anything but extinguish? Why would you want to continue to live when there is no other life out there? They all fought for nothing against the great forces of entropy, and they lost. Why would you want to live in that? And the penultimate conclusion of Endwalker was that you confronted this basically eldritch creation and eldritch being, and you defeated it basically under the pretense of, we live because to live is a joy, even if it's not permanent. The impermanence of life is why we want to continue to live. And now we sent the Titan, or rather the Titans discovered that none of the other planets had life on them because either they got corrupted by the old gods before the Void Lords could get to them, or the Void Lords had already consumed them. And so there wasn't any more life on planets in the cosmos of Azeroth, in like the universe of Azeroth, because the Void Lords already got to it, or the planets weren't old enough to have developed life, or further, the old gods corrupted them to the point where there wasn't anything worth saving. Like, there wasn't any kind of life there. And so there's at least 2 MMOs where the penultimate theme so far is coming into the idea of life is worth living because of its impermanence and not because it lasts forever. And it's like, god damn it. I will say though, like if you ever do intend on playing Final Fantasy XIV, I don't think that, like, if you're enjoying WoW, definitely don't jump to Final Fantasy XIV, because you won't have as good of a time, personally, in my opinion, because the way that the game plays is intrinsically different from World of Warcraft. But if you're looking for a narrative experience in an MMORPG that is actually good, Final Fantasy XIV is like one of the only narratively good MMOs that I have ever played. Even better than like Elder Scrolls Online. Elder Scrolls Online is really, really good narratively, but it's like a bunch of smaller stories kind of slap-chopped together. Whereas with Final Fantasy XIV, from the very beginning, it feels so good to go from A Realm Reborn, the slog that is. You find your favorite moments in Heavensward. You may or may not love or hate Dragon's Blood, and then you get into Shadowwalker or Shadowbringers, and you're like, oh my god, this is peak. You get into Endwalker, and you're like, holy shit, this is peak. This is pure cinema. Insert Kojima meme. And the beauty of, I think, Final Fantasy XIV's story is that it feels congruous, it feels continuous, and it doesn't feel like they forgot anything. Because you start in A Realm Reborn, and you get to the end of that conclusion in Endwalkers, and they have callbacks all the way back to the very beginning of A Realm Reborn, where you didn't really see that there was going to be any significance to what you're witnessing or playing through in the very first, like, basically classic Final Fantasy XIV, all the way up through the other expansions, and things start to click together and slot together like a puzzle, and it feels so fucking good because you don't think that's happening. And then in World of Warcraft, you meet the jailer and you find out that the Lich King was because of Zoval. Like, World of Warcraft's like story from expansion to expansion is so disjointed, and it is so not forgotten, but it is so poorly executed that it doesn't feel congruous, and it doesn't feel like it's a continuous story being told. And then there's Final Fantasy XIV, and they, I think, completely knocked the park out of it, or out with it rather. It was so good. So good. I'm about halfway to level 7 on my house. And I gotta say that this is pretty trash, because I want to be level 7. Man, I need water after all that yapping. Ah. You ever talk so much your throat hates you? Do I have any more budget for the exterior? I can't remember. I do not. Fuck, okay. I think I know what I want to do for my backyard. I need to fix this. We're going to get rid of a lot of these plants, and I'm going to do so in favor of grabbing the big bushes and stuff. I think this one is going to be fine to keep. The grass spread is going to go. I want the garden clusters. Alright, cool. I'll get rid of these as well. I have one of these. Yeah, there we go. That works. That's a little bit better. Right now, I'm gonna go grab some more garden shit. This guy.
Looking for something specific?
I want the garden cluster. There's at least 2 more garden clusters I want. There we go. There we go. Now we'll be able to experiment. Oh yeah. I do have the Razorwind Shores garden cluster that's kind of cool, but eh. Mushrooms! We love mushrooms. I kind of want another one of those. Hang on. This is sick. Like right here instead. Let's get rid of that. Stonevale Ridge. Oh, this is also nice. What the hell? Put you there. Which one was that? That was the Outer Banks? Okay. We're gonna do this one though. I love that they added the border so that you can actually see where your plot line is. Let's get rid of that Duskberry bush and put another one of these in here. What the hell? Oh, I only have 4 more points. Whack. I think that works. Hey Luna, what's up? We're just chilling, hanging out. I went to the proverbial stores of IKEA all across Azeroth, and now I'm kind of decorating my home, attempting to find places to put things. Let's make that one a little bit smaller, and we'll make this one a little bit bigger. huge griffin. Okay. Now we're gonna go inside. I need to do more world quests in Tierguard Sound, or really just in general on my Alliance rogues, so that I can get more of these Borealis fences, because I'm just completely out of them. I'm also good just chilling. Hell yeah. That's what Sundays are for. They're to hang out and have chill days. Trying to go through and figure out where did that book even go? Yeah, that purple does not work here. I think it's probably an accents and ornamental. Yeah, here it is. Wait, I have 5 of those things? Damn! I thought I only bought 2. I didn't realize that that it would give me 3. That's sick. Alright, where do I put this? Let's put one here. Oops. We're gonna reduce that by 30%, I think. I think that'll look better. I think I'm gonna move this Venthyr tome and replace it with this. There we go. I unlocked a few other things from like Skedis and stuff. Like I got a few more of these and like this really sick Alembic that they've got. I gotta try and figure out where to put this though. I want to put this somewhere, but I don't know where to put it. Because to a degree, there's like just it's clutter for clutter's sake, and I don't necessarily want that. Oh, I know what I needed to do. I needed to get some dyes. Now that I'm remembering, I need to get dyes. I need Ungro Green, Heartwood, and Mahogany. Those are the things I need. Let's see how much they are compared to, oh my god, they're 45 per? Good lord. I think it will be cheaper to just get the mats to make it. Are you enjoying playing this? I've heard about it, but never played it myself. Have you ever played a MMORPG before? I think that's a better question. Because this is... I was talking about this earlier. This is one of my favorite games to play. I really enjoy World of Warcraft. It has been one of my favorite games since I started playing it, probably around, 12 years ago. But it's really hard to recommend it to people who either only have a passing interest in MMORPGs, and it's also admittedly a little bit difficult to suggest based on the cost, because it is a little bit of expensive to get into, especially if like you're unsure if you like the genre, or even if you like the genre, you might not like this game specifically, because there's a bunch of other MMOs that are still pretty good. Personally, I am having a lot of fun with World of Warcraft. It is one of my favorite games, and I think that it is probably in the best place for it, like as a player, for a really long time. So I need teal dye. Like as a player, it's in the best place that it's been in a really long time. That's not it. I need to search dye. There it is. I need teal dye. What do I need here? I think Euceroline seeds are going to be the cheapest. I have 601 on one of my characters? Hang on, I gotta transfer that. You've never played it? All right, cool. Yeah, I've played this for a really long time. I would say that if you are interested in like role-playing games, it might be something that you are interested in playing, because it does have like a lot of roleplay opportunity. There are roleplay servers that are really, really like well maintained in terms of like, trying to think of how to put it, like community wise, like they put in specific functions into the way that the roleplay realms work that make it a little bit more pleasurable to play if you're into that sort of thing. Like there's not as much aggressive sharding or instancing, wherein like a really good example of what sharding is, if you've never played any kind of this game before. This person is on a different server, as is designated by the asterisk next to their name, and they're on the Thrall server, whereas I'm on the Zul'jin server. Sharding is where if you are in an area where there's fewer players, you'll see other players from other servers so that it makes that area look more lively and more populated. And so sharding is where it is going to make something look quote-unquote artificially populated, even if there are people here. Or aren't people there, rather. And so it's, at least for like role-playing servers, there's not as much of that, and so you won't necessarily feel like you are losing track of who you are friends with and whatnot without having to be in a party. Just finished God of War Ragnarok? Hell yeah. I've heard that God of War Ragnarok is really, really good. I've seen playthroughs of it, but I myself have not played it. I think the last single-player game that I've played was most likely Ghosts of Tsushima, and I still haven't like finished that. Before I started playing that, though, I played Cyberpunk 2077, and I finished that. That was really, really good. I tried to get into... I say I tried. I did get into The Witcher 3 really, really heavily. But I have a curse known as ADHD, wherein I will play a single-player game for, like, probably, I don't know, 40 to 50 hours, and then I'll just go do something else, and I will stop logging in or booting that game up. We're just gonna send me all 600 of those seeds so that I can make the pigment. It was really fun? Hell yeah. I really enjoyed the remakes. I think they're really good, like, thematically, and they're really good narratively. I think they really upped their game on the storytelling. I played a couple of the first ones, and it didn't necessarily seem that, like, the narrative and the story was as important as the rest of the game, which I think is important. I think the game should be fun to play. It shouldn't be like a slog, and it was very true to what it was, which was meant to be like a kind of hack and slash, Dante's Inferno kind of thing. But I don't necessarily think until the initial God of War, I think it was like 2019, whenever it came out, I don't think that it was necessarily meant to be a very story-heavy kind of experience. Let's do 30. And I'll do some black dye pigments as well at some point. I think that if your favorite role-playing game that you've played recently was God of War Ragnarok, you might not have as much fun playing WoW personally, but I think that it would be good to try. There is a lot of the game to like. There's different systems that you can get into. There's PvP, although admittedly the PvP is a little undercooked sometimes. There's also raids and dungeons. Those are typically the things that people like to play a lot more than the PvP. Let's do 30 of those. Most people enjoy the raids because they're a little bit more... I don't want to say that they're more epic, it's just that they're more team-oriented and team-based, and it feels like you're like overcoming an obstacle and a struggle with like the people that you hopefully are friends with as you play the game. You get to experience moments of, like, not super low lows, but you get to experience lows, such as, like, getting a boss down to 1 or 4% HP, and you all die, and then you have to restart, and you have to retry again. And then you also have the really, really high highs, wherein you have been dying to this boss for the last 2 or 3 weeks. You've been spending, like, you know, up to 3 or 6 hours a week trying to kill this boss, and then you finally kill it. You finally, like, finish the fight, and you finally kill it, and it feels so good. There's some really, really good moments through raiding, and then there's some similar good moments in Mythic Plus, like the dungeons that you can do, but it's not, like, as high, I think, as raiding. Like, it's a different kind of feeling whenever you're doing a really hard dungeon, and then you get into the point where, like, you're just kind of smashing your head against the wall and you finally beat it. Like, there's still a good feeling to that, but it's not as much of a high as it is to have, like, you know, 14 or 19 other friends of yours all trying to kill this one boss together. But it's still really, really good. Do I want green pigment? I guess I can just make 16 of it, just to have it. And then if I want to make some kind of green dye later, I can. Recently, with the advent of the next expansion, Midnight, for World of Warcraft, they've actually implemented some more cozy content in the form of player housing. This never used to be a thing that you could really do. I know that housing was something that players have wanted basically since the impetus of the game. Especially since, like, whenever EverQuest 2 released, they had player housing in that game. And I don't know when they actually implemented player housing, or if it was just something that they had at the time, but, like, if they had it in the very beginning, then they were already a few steps ahead of World of Warcraft, because WoW hasn't had housing for very long. But, with that said, it's still really well done. It's a really well done system. If you don't mind, can I ask you something? It kind of depends, man. If it's like a super personal thing, probably not. Let's see. Now I can make the dyes that I need. I need heartwood and I need mahogany, so let's do 13 of this. And we'll do 13 of the... Wait, which one? Oh, it's red dye for the mahogany. Okay, shit. Do I have the herbs to make red dye? I can make 7. What do I need here? I think fireweed is probably going to be the cheapest here. We'll use up my stores of herbs. That's taking up bank space first. Alright, so I probably need fireweed first, so let's go ahead and grab that. I'm sorry, man, I'm not interested in seeing your portfolio, dude. Let's do fireweed. Oh, wow. Yeah, 4 gold per, that's huge. Let's do... Well, let's do 200. Hello? Here we go. Let's do 200. Right, I have to make the pigment. That'll give me 20, and then I'll be able to make several mahogany dyes. I thought that was a brown dye, but it's a red dye. No worries, it's alright, man. I'm in a spot where I'm not overly interested in that sort of stuff at the moment. Mahogany. Let's do 13 of that. whenever I get back into the instance, I'll be able to actually check against the dyes. There is an add-on, I think, that lets you determine or like preview the different dyes on pieces of furniture without having to be inside of the instance and try it manually that way. But with the way the add-ons keep breaking recently, I just don't want to fuck with it at the moment. Onwards. Let's see. I'm stuck on my own mailbox. I could probably... I don't remember if I have enough ash wood, but I could probably set up a smaller mailbox. One that would work. Oh no, I didn't make the ungrow green. I just made the woods. I gotta go back. So much back and forth. Tis not the end of the world. Just gotta go back to Lowe's. There we go. Let's do... Honestly, let's just do 15. We'll do 15 for now. I say I'll only do 15 and then I'll end up needing more. It's usually how it goes, unfortunately. Alright. Let's go through and see if I can't find the pieces that I need to edit. This thing needs to be changed. I think it's die 2. No, that's not it. Cancel. Die 1. I think it's heartwood that I need for this. Yes. That needs to be mahogany. What does the hickory look like? The hickory looks kind of sick. A little bit deeper. I like the mahogany though, so we'll go ahead and apply that. This needs to be heartwood. There we go. I can dye these now, which is excellent. So this is going to be the ungrow green. Perfect. Or should it be different? Hang on. Maybe it just needs to be the default. Let me cancel that. What does it look like with the... Okay, okay. I think it looks pretty good as mahogany. And we can keep the blue, that way it's just not a huge amount of green everywhere. This needs to be changed. There we go. I don't think, yeah, you can't dye those. I'll hold on to that color scheme, it'll be fine. I kind of want to change this color now, shit. Just so it's a different color than the table here. Let's do that. And then I will change the dye here to ungrow green. There we go, nice. I said I wasn't going to, but I did. Then I gotta change this thing. Heartwood. Is that not heartwood? That is heartwood, okay. Nice, nice. I'm on the hunt for mismatching furniture. I think... Where's that? Not you. Shit. Cancel. Kalimdor Sand is kind of nice. I honestly think keeping the chairs, the regular wood color, is fine. And then swapping these tables to heartwood probably feels pretty good. But we'll do mahogany since I think I have more of that. Yeah, I have a little bit more mahogany, so we'll go ahead and do this. I don't have any Horde Red, that's whack. That's okay though. Alright, so that is going to be turned into mahogany. I'll hold on to that and keep that the same. And I can change the door color. I want heartwood. I kind of don't want any of these colors, to be honest. Let's see. There's earth and brown. I think Kalimdor Sand looks really good as the door, to be honest. It kind of matches the walls a little bit more. And then I already think that I went through here and just changed all the colors to the appropriate... except for this. Hang on. I think you can... Yes! Okay, cool. I think that's fine. I think that'll look fine. And that's heartwood. It's heartwood. I think all of the tables and stuff is meant to be mahogany. I think I want that to be heartwood. That way it's not the same across the board. I do like the heartwood for this. And then I can make it green. But I also kind of like it default. That way it's not all samey. Yeah, we'll keep that one the same. Alright, I think we're done with dyeing everything anyway. I haven't dyed a single thing. My house is also very D tier. It isn't so bad whenever you like think about how the dyes are functioning, because like whenever you dye something it retains the dye. So I don't... Let me see if I can't find something that's like easy to replace. I think this is. So whenever you pick this up, it'll still have the red dye on it. Well, that's not a good example, because I think these come as red anyway. Hang on. This is a good example. This has a palette on it, so... Right? Oh wait, no, that's just to let you know that it is dyeable. We'll do this one. this thing. Alright, so sturdy wooden chair, like it retains the dye job that you put on it, which is good. And it tells you in like the window here what color it is, which is really nice. So it's not like a one-time use. Like if you are not necessarily super happy with how the dye looks, you can still change it, which is pretty good. And if you do like it, you don't have to fear like picking it up and then suddenly you are out of a dye, which could have been 40 to 60 gold or however many materials that it took for you to craft it. So it's pretty good. It's just a matter of like needing to go through and dye everything that you find, or everything that you want as like a cohesive like unit. I think I was gonna try and dye these, but I can't remember. And it also doesn't help too that like a lot of these pieces, like at least for me in terms of like my mental like image of what I want the building to look like or the house to look like, I feel like if there's too much of one color or if there's too much of one material, it looks really bad. So like I changed the color of this sink, like this little wash basin, to not be the same wood color as this table because I felt like if it was two mahogany reds next to each other, it would look bad, even though it might not have been that way. And at the same time, I know I'm using like this Ungro green color throughout as like a main tying theme, but it's almost like too much in a way because like all of these rugs and shit are different, like the same color. This one's a different color and it almost draws the eye a little bit, but it's kind of strange. I can't really make a decision as to like what I want and like whether or not it would look bad if like some of the colors were different or otherwise. But that is first world problems for sure. I'm gonna put you there. I don't think I have any food. I mean, I have some, but not like a lot. I need to up my cooking in some of the other expansions so that I can actually make the food items. There's several that I want, but I just haven't had the time to... I say I haven't had the time, I haven't had the desire to go for them. I think the biggest hurdle that I have with housing in WoW is like... You see all of these really cool buildings that people have put together, and it's like... They've done really neat tricks where they've recessed stuff into the walls and whatnot, and it's like, I don't like doing that. I don't like it when things clip together or when things are clipping into the wall or anything like that. It just looks really bad to me. And so like if you look here, even on the oven, it's in the corner, you wouldn't be able to see the back end of it, but I don't want it to be any further into the wall because I don't want it to like clip into the wall. Like this is probably the most creative that I've been with the furniture and stuff. Like in the closets, I will put together one of the bars and I'll recess it into the wall to add like a shelf, but like you can't see it from any of the other areas and it looks almost like it fits, like it's meant to be that way. And so it's like really hard for me to find things that I like the look of because of the fact that I hate clipping. I hate clipping so much. And so it's really hard for me to like get super creative because I don't want it to clip and look weird. Like I want it to almost look as if it could be done this way in real life. Even though it's a fucking fantasy game, there's no reason for me to think that way. It took me forever to get past the point of being mad about like how these things float over the shelf here. Is that why you need to be a Belf? Because they have all their mogs look okay? Yeah, honestly. Yeah. They aren't stretched too much and they aren't like made weird clipping. Like if you look at the undead models and you look at a lot of the shoulders, like they clip into each other and they don't look great. If I had not had friends play this game before me, and they weren't all horde at the time when I started to play the game, I probably would have gone human. Because very clearly, all of the Mogs in the game are meant to be on humans. Like, they all look fine on humans for the most part. But it's really hard to transmog, like, female Blood Elves because the textures are stretched really thin, or they're, like, made very, very narrow, and so they don't really look right. And even on, like, Blood Elf males, it doesn't really look super good all the time. Like, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. I can't really think of very good examples right now, but like some of the shoes look really bad. Some of the pants look really bad. Don't even get me started on the capes, on the cloaks, because some of those look really fucking awful. Oh, now it gives me the Hearthlight Armillary. I had to go buy another one because it didn't give it to me automatically. Whack. I think I want this on... It's like a globe. But I don't know where to put it. I want these for sure, though. These are cool. Like, I kind of have to get over the... You look like that guy with the weird GF and the awkward high school relationship. It's the hat. I just really like the beanie. I need to find a picture of my white mage from Final Fantasy XIV, because they have like modern clothes in that game. I've like transmogged my character to have like a modern outfit. That's funny. Oh, I have blueprints and shit that I could put places. Oh, if you don't have them already, if you go to Chess's Horde House, she, like, whatever guild she's in on her Horde, they have all of the Conservatum, or Consortium stuff finished. So you can get all of the ethereal themed stuff. Can you sit on this? No. Yeah, I have the blue and the red version of the hat. I just haven't put together an outfit for them. Oh, I needed a, I need Horde Red for these, so that I can dye them. I'm not in a big rush to get all that. We will cycle through eventually. Yeah. I want, like, and it's weird too because it depends on like what the options are. Or rather what the options are going to be. Because if they come out with another... It all depends, because I want the Niffin stuff. I want the Niffin stuff, but if the Niffin stuff rotates in with, like, 2 other options that are really cool... Min-maxing Decor Gathering is peak WoW player? Yeah, that's how that works. I need 2 of these. How can I optimize this cozy gameplay so that I can spend the least amount of time doing this cozy gameplay? That's very true, that's very real. That's kind of why I really like the Project Gorgon game, because I haven't looked into anything that game is supposed to be doing, like, towards the latter half of, like, the content. Oh god, not that. Shit. There we go. Nice. And so, like, the reason why I like Project Gorgon is because of the fact that it kind of forces you to slow down a little bit. At least if you play it like I'm playing it. If you play it like I'm playing it, then it forces you to slow down. If you play it like a WoW player, and you play it under the pretense of, I need to get to the end of the game, and I need to experience the end game content, then yes, you are going to have a worse time. I think. But if you play it like I've been playing it, then it's not, I'm not playing it like that, and so it doesn't feel intrinsically like I'm wasting time or anything like that. It feels like I'm basically on a walk through the theme park, so to speak. I'm just going on a chill walk. Okay, I need to dump this shit into my warband bank. And then I need to go to my rogue to see if I'm able to do anything with that. Do I not have... Here we go. Perfect. I have so much lumber. Oh, I almost forgot the ash wood. Gotta dump that in there. Okay. Oh, hell yeah. 1,600 gold from the bank? Sick. Alright. I gotta check out my rogue really quick. I haven't done anything on this guy in a hot minute. There's a scroll that I want to get from the Alliance garrison, but I don't know where it's from or if I need to progress at a certain point, and it's really annoying. I also don't know if it's like from a building specifically either.
Champion, rumors suggest that Salutation
Here it is.
Blade Code has been recruiting in Alliance City. Meet me in Stormwind so we can conduct an investigation.
That's what I wanted.
The code is there, and we must stand it out at once.
Hell yeah. $50 war resources. How many of those do I have? 147? Ugh. Do I not have my Hearthstone on my bars? What the hell? That takes me to Dornegal. I guess that's an easy fix. I just want to see how much the fences are now, because I can't remember if they reduced the price, because I feel like they reduced the price of the string lights. I think the string lights were reduced in price. I forgot I was on a human. I was running to the Orgrimmar portal. I think looking at this is going to be, like, looking at the vendor for the Borealis stuff is probably going to be the last thing I do today, because I do need to eat something. What am I doing? All right, where's the Borealis portal? The Borealis portal. Balamyth. There it is. I found it. No, it's still just as expensive. Whack. Whack. It's so annoying. I want these bookshelves, because these are cool. I don't know what it is about the Borealis stuff, though. They all have this weird texture on them that's broken. Alright, we're gonna park this dude here. I think that is probably gonna be it for me today. I do appreciate you hanging out with me today, Kira-san. I'm probably not going to be on later tonight, although I do believe Chess is going to be hosting a, I think either a heroic or a normal alt run or something today. I think either at 6 or 7 p.m. Central. I think it's an hour before our normal time though, so probably at 6. If you were looking at doing a raid today, then I would probably like ping her or something on Discord. I hope that your Valentine's Day yesterday was really good. I hope that you had a good time, and I hope that the rest of your day today goes well. I think I'm gonna go and probably read more Brothers Karamazov. Maybe make some eggs or something. It was. Thanks for hanging. Yeah, for sure, man. I'm trying to think if next week is the lunar stuff, like the lunar festival stuff, which I think it is, then that'll be pretty sick. I think that'll be when all of the new housing stuff opens, like the aquarium and shit. There's an aquarium, there's a tea set, there's individual pieces of a tea set. I really hope that that's like not just China exclusive, because that's something that Jade was wondering. But anyway, I think I'm gonna go ahead and hop off here, and I'm gonna go get me some lunch, get me some food, and I'm gonna probably maybe watch some TV or something. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, man. I wish you luck in your leveling experience as a healer. See ya.